No, probably not worth much.
I bet his wife's really mad.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm sure.
If she was
He's
watching
sleeping
home.
on the couch for sure tonight. That's horrible.
That is no good. All right, we're out of time on this Thursday. That means tomorrow's Friday. We'll see you back here for Good Day Orlando starting. Catch her at 4 a.m.
I'll see you.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you and welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Number of things going on today. Let me give you a live look right now inside the Marion County Sheriff's Office, where any minute now we expect to hear from Attorney General James Uthmeier, Marion County Sheriff Billy Woods, FDLE Commissioner Mark Glass, a couple of other local law enforcement officials, and the leader of the Florida Highway Patrol, giving some details about a recent child sex predator sting that saw the arrest of more than 50 suspects. This is the largest predator bust that has been done by the Marion County Sheriff's Office. So we expect this news conference to begin shortly, and we will bring that to you when it does. We are also keeping an eye on World Cup things today. It is the first day of the World Cup. Give you a live look right now in Mexico City, where fans are arriving right now for the first game of the World Cup, 3 o'clock Eastern, Mexico and South Africa. That game you'll be able to watch on Fox 35, and that is just the start of all the World Cup action over the next few weeks. A lot of exciting things happening. We know the United States plays Paraguay on Friday night. That would be tomorrow evening from SoFi Stadium in Southern California. And so that game will also be on Fox 35, 9 o'clock tomorrow night. You'll be able to watch that one. Let me also give you a live look while we're talking about the World Cup. Give you a live look at Bayfront Park in Miami right now, where setup continuing for FIFA World Cup Fan Fest that's going on there. We know Miami's hosting 7 matches, and this Bayfront Park is the place to be if you don't have a ticket to those matches, but want to kind of make the most of the World Cup atmosphere. So that is going on. The Fan Fest kicks off on Saturday. So we are monitoring a number of things at this hour, but let me go ahead and get you live right now back to Marion County, the Sheriff's Office, where this news conference is getting underway. We'll go ahead and listen in as Sheriff Billy Woods speaks.
And the crimes that going to occur, that you're willing to be out here and help us get this message out. I have many agencies here, representatives. Obviously, I have Colonel House with FHP, AG Uthmeier, and Commissioner Glass here who will be speaking here in a little bit. And I want to start, I'm going to give you a highlight. Now, this operation, ICAC operation, was a 6-day operation. Now, a lot of people don't understand, don't know what that operation entails, what exactly it looks like, and here it is in basic terms for everybody. Detectives are posing as children or as bad parents trafficking their children. And this operation nets unfortunately, more arrests every single time we do it. Now, on one hand, you like success. But in these cases, success also means that there's evil things out there that are going on. These activities, this type of crime, isn't limited to Marion County. It occurs in every county in this state. It occurs in every state through this nation. Now, here in Marion County, we take a very aggressive, proactive approach to this. No holds barred, because I want to find every one of these pieces of shits and get them out of my county. Hopefully get them out of every county and get them out, as you're going to see here through some of the names we're going to run through, get them out of the United States. They have no business here. They have no business preying on our children every single day. There are fathers and there are mothers in this room. There are fathers that are standing next to me. One that has one on the way. I know he fully understands as a parent the seriousness of these crimes. And really, my message out here is to the parents that are watching. You need to be aware. Listen to everything that is going to be said by myself, by the three speakers, and all these cases. Everything that you're going to put out there. Parents, you need to pay attention. These predators simply found us. They found our profiles. They solicited us. The only thing that we did is we joined whatever application, whatever website, many of them out there. It doesn't make a difference what it is because they are all vulnerable for children to be able to get access to. Every single one of them. And I also want you to keep in mind, we're only talking about individuals that we arrested who were traveling here to Marion County. There are other cases that we didn't get to put physical hands on them as well. And that's more to come after this. These predators, the demographics doesn't make a difference. Doesn't matter your social status, doesn't make a difference of your race, doesn't make a difference of ethnicity. It is a wide scale of individuals. Pure evil is what it is. We caught illegals, we caught legals, immigrants, fathers, coaches, husbands, even a student. And all in 6 days, for right now, 58 bodies, 58 individuals that we've arrested. Their photos are up there. If the outline is in pink, they were trying to meet up with a girl. If it's in blue, they were trying to get a boy. And this was a large-scale operation. And I want you to understand one other thing. This office, and I know for the state of Florida, we will spare no expense to catch and put behind bars and put in prison these individuals. And I want to personally say thank you to all the individuals. The first is to my community, business community. They are phenomenal. Now, we are blessed in the state of Florida, as the AG knows, with our community who loves their first responders. They love to fight crime. And they stepped up to the plate. They provided meals for my deputies, for the officers, for the attorneys, everybody that was involved. They stepped up to the plate. You'll see that FDLE, my buddy Sheriff Judd, Polk County was involved. Columbia County, Sheriff Kitchens sent individuals. The Ocala Police Department, Chief Balkin. Lake City Police Department, Chief Butler. The Florida Highway Patrol. U.S. Marshals Task Force, Homeland Security, the FBI, the Florida Sheriff's Association, and I'll say it on camera like I always do, the best state attorney in this state, the 5th Judicial Circuit, Bill Gladson, the U.S. Attorney's Office of the Middle District, and of course, the best AG in the entire United States for each of the states is our own General Uthmeier's office, always participating and being part of this. So let me run through a couple of these individuals. Jeremiah Johnson. He was speaking with detectives for 9 months. And then during this operation, he got on a bus from Atlanta, showed up expecting to have sex with a 13-year-old girl. Patrick Hahn, local individual, worked at the restaurant in one of our Walmarts. He made arrangements to meet with a 14-year-old girl in the bathroom at Walmart. Now, when my deputy showed up, he literally crapped in his pants. Love it. Scared him to death. Robert Mixon. Robert Mixon lives across the street from Tuscaloosa Park in the city of Ocala, where children play. He made arrangements to meet with a 15-year-old girl. Peyton Sims wanted to meet a girl at 14 years of age over in Ormond Beach. Now, he did comment to what he thought was talking to a 14-year-old, and his comments were, I don't want to show up and this be a Chris Hansen thing. Well, he was right, but the dumbass still showed up. The juvenile in which we did get, Kingston McAllister, 16-year-old. Now, this is where, as a father, this is where it breaks my heart. And here, before I go any further with his information, there is more than just a single victim of a child in these cases. These parents, I could not fathom, AG, I don't think you could either, fathom being the parent of this 16-year-old boy. His full intent was to meet a 15-year-old boy for sex and a 7-year-old girl for sex. He also had child pornography on his phone. Now, I went out on a couple of these cases with the teams, and I got to see it firsthand. Wyatt Bernstein. Marion, you need to pay attention to this. When I tell you it doesn't make a difference of who they are, you cannot tell who they are. Little League football coach here in Marion was trying to meet up with a 15-year-old boy. And one of his comments to the detectives online, telling the boy not to take a shower because he likes him to smell musty. That's messed up. You know, the middle picture, probably when I was there, this is what bothered me the most, is that child seat. Two things ran through my mind. The first thing is the child seat is there with all the toys, maybe to entice or to continue to lure the children that they want. But then the second thing that came to mind is he has kids. Now, every one of us in law enforcement, every one of us that are sworn in here, the first thing comes to mind is, are those children victims as well? John Leninger. Now, I got to call him out on the PA to come out of the house, and he did. Twice. The first time he offered $150 for a 15-year-old girl. The next day he came back, offered another $200 if the girl would show up at his house. Now, here's some things that was disturbing. When we were at the house, he had a mannequin in one window on the front. There was another mannequin in another location at a window, and he had police uniforms on these mannequins. Now, his lame excuse was it helps deter crime coming into my house. It's not what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that he's trying to make the children feel comfortable that are coming into this house. Now, he conveniently did all this when his wife went to work. Remember I said the innocent victims outside of the children involved in this? Obviously, wives have no clues. Mickey Barber and David Smith. Now, they showed up together wanting to violate a 14-year-old girl. Now, what they didn't realize is they pulled in a parking space literally right next to me. Guess whose smiling face they got to see? Put them in handcuffs. Mr. Smith is already a registered sex offender. John Goodman. His last name is a good man, but he sure enough is not a Goodman. He was trying to meet a 7-year-old. Doesn't make a difference, male or female. 7-year-old. Eric Morin went to Target to pick up a little boy and a little girl for sex. Probably the most disturbing individual out of all of them. Even Mr. Hansen commented on it, that he's probably described him as one of the worst that he has ever seen in all of his interactions with these individuals. He wanted to pick up a little boy and a little girl for sex. He told the detectives that he fantasizes about randomly groping kids in a store. Parents, pay attention. You hear what I just said? He fantasizes. If he fantasizes, that means he's probably doing it when your child is in the store with him. Online, he has tried to groom 9-year-olds. He even admitted to detectives that he did violate a 5-year-old girl years ago. And before you ask me the question, yes, the detectives are doing everything they can to try to find that case. Now, you've heard me say it numerous times. We have broken systems throughout this United States. And sometimes our judicial system fails us. And here's a couple of them. Mr. Matthew White was just arrested in April in Stuart, Florida, during a child sex predator sting. And he was out on bond. He should not even have a bond, because he was trying to head to meet here to meet a 14-year-old girl to have sex. And I know I'll get it. I get it all the time. You talk about people in prison, it's their first time. They don't deserve to be here. Mr. Sessler was just released from prison after serving 1 year for cocaine. 1 year. He was trying to meet a 14-year-old boy. Now, I've got an award for one. He's getting the Dumas Award. Matthew Salagi. He came here to meet with a 14-year-old girl. You want to know where he agreed to meet? At the Marion County Jail. And he showed up in front of the Marion County Jail. At least he saved me some money. I didn't have to use all that gas to take him far. Big topic in the United States. I know he talks about it quite often. And that is the immigrants, illegals, legals in the United States that are here, coming here on a regular basis. Sebastian Ortiz, far right, from Colombia, and Alexis from El Salvador. They told detectives that in their country, it is normal for a 13 and a 14-year-old to have intimate relations with an adult. Well, keep your ass in both of those countries and don't come to the United States. Carl from the Ukraine is trying to meet a 13-year-old girl. Now, here's ones that should get your attention. Here's the illegal, Mr. Chavez from Guatemala, 15-year-old boy. Now, these three all have ICE detainers. Robert Pham was here on a work visa. People, whether they're here illegally or legally, we need to be doing a better job of vetting individuals coming into the United States, because these are the ones that are coming in and preying in on our children. He was from Egypt, traveled from Orlando to meet a 15-year-old girl. Marion County School, pay attention. Those of you that got them in our public school. Now, I give kudos to Superintendent Brewer. She stepped to the plate immediately and took action and did what she could do to get rid of this individual. And that's Shakes, second grade teacher at Fessenden Elementary. He was here on a work visa on a program that a lot of our school districts use, which is nothing wrong with the program, but you need to vet people. From Jamaica, he was wanting to meet a little boy. And probably the most disturbing thing to me, he's author of children's books. I looked up one of them. All it is a grooming tool for this type of behavior, is all that book is. That gives you a little bit of highlight. I didn't go through all 58, but I'm here to tell you, if you were to see some of the stuff that they gave to my detectives, pictures, photos, what they said they wanted to do, what they were going to do with these children, it should infuriate every single person on this camera. It should infuriate everybody that is watching. Now, I'm going to turn the podium over to the three gentlemen here, and I'm going to allow them to speak because I know they got the same opinion as myself. And I'm again going to tell you this: I appreciate each of them for their staff, for the hard work that their employees do, their troopers, their agents, and the attorneys that are a part of it. And I'm going to turn it over to FDLE Commissioner Glass. Commissioner Glass. Thanks, sir.
Good morning. My name is Mark Glass. I'm the FDLE Commissioner. And you guys have a great sheriff here, and a great chief of police, and a great state attorney. You have the people here that will not tolerate this type of thing in Marion County. I want to tell you that what you're seeing and if it doesn't get you stirred up in your soul, then you need to check yourself. Hearing this type of thing happening in your community, or trying to happen in your community. This is what it is. It's called pure evil. Just like the scripture says, going to and fro like a lion looking for something to devour. These clowns try to be a lion looking for something to devour. Luckily, we got a lion tamer here that was able to grab them and put them in jail before they could devour any more of our children and the innocents. You're very fortunate to have an Attorney General of this great state, who I've had the privilege to work for, who goes after this. There's not a daylight between he and I on the way we think about this. I will pull out all the stops of FDLE's criminal justice professionals to support my chiefs of police, our sheriffs, our other state law enforcement agencies, all of our state attorneys, to ensure that we go after these bad actors in your community. The sheriff hit it home and told you what the problem is. This is a reoccurring thing that's happening. To have some yahoo to show up at a jail shows you that they're not right in the head already. And anybody that thinks they can do this to our children and our loved ones like this, they're not right. They're evil. And we should be able to get out there, and it takes the whole community to make sure that you prevent this in your community. Help the sheriffs and the chiefs to prevent this in the community. Help the schools, the superintendents, help them combat this evil scourge on our society. There's tools that you have. Parents, I'm going to speak to you. And you hear the Attorney General talk about his thing going against roadblocks, having your children having the capability to just do stuff online and you're not paying attention. These yahoos right here, they're even more sophisticated ones that get on there and talk through voiceover to make it sound like they're a child, to recruit them off these websites and these gaming platforms. You need to know what's going on in your house. And I'm going to give you some resources. Come to the FDLE website, and we will give you a ton of resources there to help you combat this in your own home, in your own neighborhood, in your own community. Don't be afraid to shout it out. If it's wrong or seems wrong, let somebody know. Let one of the sheriff's deputies or the chief's police officers know about it. When in doubt, shout it out. You have the opportunity to prevent another one of our loved ones from being scourged with this type of behavior. Ladies and gentlemen, we put it back to you at the same time. Thank you for voting these folks in office, because they're the ones fighting this great fight. And thank you for doing your part in the community, but we can excel still more. Remember that. We can all excel still more. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And now I'll turn it over to FHP Colonel Houch.
Thank you, Sheriff. I want to begin by thanking Attorney General Uthmeier for his leadership on issues that impact the safety and the well-being of every Floridian and visitor to our beautiful state. This operation reflects exactly the kind of coordinated, multi-agency effort that makes Florida a difficult place for criminal predators to operate. Your state troopers were proud to support with our aviation assets in this operation, working alongside Attorney General's office, our Commissioner Glass's folks, his FDLE agents and analysts, Chief Billy Woods and your deputies at the Marion County Sheriff's Office, Chief Balkin with the Ocala Police Department and his officers, all to protect Florida's children. Florida's law enforcement shares a common mission, and that manifests itself in agencies cooperating and communicating with each other, sharing data and technology, intelligence, and especially resources. It doesn't happen everywhere in this country, and it doesn't happen by coincidence. It happens in Florida, though. It happens here in Florida because of our 67 sheriffs, our police chiefs, my peers, and state law enforcement working together as resource multipliers. This is especially the case when empowered by strong leadership such as General Uthmeier, our Governor Ron DeSantis, our Florida Cabinet, my boss, Director Kerner, and our elected individuals that represent the citizens of the free state of Florida. Those seeking to victimize kids will find the full weight of law enforcement bringing every resource we have to bear on them. Put them in jail, escort them to face Florida justice and their criminal acts. And behind every badge, I'm going to share this, and it seems like common sense, but it's worth saying. Behind every badge of a law enforcement officer is a heartbeat. As the sheriff said, it's the heartbeat of a father, a mother, an aunt, an uncle, a sibling. But rest assured, that police officer's heartbeat will not turn a blind eye to anyone seeking to harm children in this state. In Florida, you often hear cops say, it's not personal. The reality is, in cases like this, it's very personal to us. And we will not stand for predators preying on our children. Again, thank you, General Uthmeier. Thank you, Sheriff Woods, for allowing me to speak and represent your Florida Highway Patrol. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Colonel. Now I'll turn it over to our Attorney General, General Uthmeier.
It's an honor to be here in Marion County and support these guys standing behind me. Florida is the safest state in the country to raise a family, and it's because of the hard work of these men and women. We've got the best law enforcement in the country. They put their lives on the line every single day to protect our families. Here today, it's a shame that we have to announce such a big number, but I'm glad we got all these guys. Marion County does it better than almost anybody in the country, and I've invited other teams from other states to come down and learn the ropes, learn the tools, figure out how we can stay one step ahead of these horrific evildoers. We're going to fight day and night. You know, here in Florida, parents should rest assured that somewhere in the state we have undercover officers working every single day of the year to catch these dangerous predators. But parents at home, you are the first line of defense. Just look at some of the examples from these criminals that were taken down. You've got a naval officer from Jacksonville, a guy that owns a bouncy house company, a second-grade teacher, several illegal aliens. Danger is everywhere. You've got to be protecting your kids. If you do not know who they are home alone with or who they are alone with out at school or church or wherever, you need to think again. This could strike from anywhere. Just recently in Polk County, we took down a guy who'd been the Santa Claus every year for many years. It's sad that we live in a day and age where we've got to question the Santa Claus at the mall, but that is the hard truth. So parents, wake up, be defensive, and protect your kids. You are the first line of defense. Here in Florida, we're taking down predators like never before. Since I've been in office, it's been a record little over a year. Here today, this makes nearly 1,700 child predators arrested since I've been in office. Our statewide prosecutions are up over 50%, human trafficking convictions up over 30%. As the sheriff said, you've got an outstanding state attorney in Bill Gladson here, and he and our statewide prosecutors, we will be prosecuting to the fullest on every single one of these cases. Where you have a father trying to sell his 7-year-old child for sex, look, I'm a Christian man. I will pray for that individual. I will pray for healing. But that is messed up. He needs to be looking at the deep, dark, cold corner of a jail cell for the rest of his life. So mark my words, we will prosecute every one of these cases to the fullest. We will keep these people away from our families, away from our kids, for absolutely as long as possible. And please, again, you've heard me say this many times, exercise caution with social media. A lot of these cases originate online. A lot of predators are using the emergence of social media applications like TikTok, Snapchat, Discord, and others to pretend to be adults, to deceive children, and to find their way into your homes. It's no longer a white van driving around the neighborhood. That would almost be easier. It'd be easier for us to detect and take down. Today it's happening on screens, on cell phones, on computers, in the privacy of your children's bedrooms. So if you don't yet know what your kids are doing on those phones, on those computers, please figure it out. I want to thank everybody, the investigators that worked on this. This is tough work. Having to look at child pornography, having to go through these conversations with such gruesome individuals, that'll wear you down. So I hope you guys will get a little time off, take a vacation. Sheriff, I'm promising that to him here. You got to get out, clear your head a little bit. This is tough work, people. This is hard. But it is preventing people from being abused. It is saving lives. So God bless the work you do. The troopers, they utter fear out of you driving around on the roads, but they're in the air too. We had some aerial reconnaissance. I know Sergeant Torres is here. They got their eyes on you everywhere. So thank you for the work that you guys do. And FDLE, bringing new technology, helping us with our cybercrime efforts, staying one step ahead of criminals that are always looking for new ways to commit crimes. Thanks for the work you guys do. So it's a pleasure to be here. It's an honor to serve as Attorney General. We've got record crime lows in Florida for a reason. It's because we're taking down bad guys and we're putting them away for a long time. If you like leniency, you want to let people go early, I'm not your guy. All right. See you guys.
Thank you, General. Appreciate that. Before I go to questions, if there are any, I want to personally thank every trooper, every officer, every agent, every attorney that was part of this. Although there's a small group of them standing up here, these are the individuals that do the hard work, and the General hit the nail on the head. It takes a toll when you have to deal with this, because some of them are fathers, some of them are mothers. There's more sitting in the audience behind the cameras back here. The dedication in which it makes me so proud to be in law enforcement for 36 years myself, of knowing individuals like this will continue the fight and continue the fight to put these individuals behind bars. And I'll conclude with this, is if anyone watching, if you think that evil, the devil himself, is asleep, taking a nap, or goes on vacation, you are utterly wrong. He never stops. And that is why the job in which we do, our resolve must never waver. Simple as that. I'll open up the floor to questions.
Did this operation raise any new specific concerns about the platforms in which these people are accused of using? I'm thinking about a specific obscure site like Sniffies, which is mentioned in one.
So when it comes, it's almost like narcotics. Okay, let me give you a quick example. You know, when legislation, law enforcement identify a particular drug that needs to be put on the schedule. Okay. The bad people out here will then change the ingredient, and then it doesn't meet statute, and then we can't charge them. It's no different with these CHAP apps, CHAP places you go. Here's the truth in regards to those. It doesn't make a difference. Heck, it could be the Xbox when they're playing a game online, chatting with whoever it is. There's the window. Doesn't make a difference. You know, is it surprising? No, it's not surprising. I've been doing this too long to say that it's surprising. But they come up with it. What's in your hand is probably the most evil thing that's ever been created on this earth. Technology, the internet. It's good, don't get me wrong. It has its benefits, and we use it. But it's there.
Sheriff, at this time of these 58, how many of these guys are still sitting in jail right now as we have this question?
I hope all 58 of them are, but I do not know the answer to that question.
And you were the Attorney General, some of the specific charges, the solicitation, indecent materials. What are some of the specific charges that these predators are facing?
So I'm going to turn to Lieutenant. Do you want one of them, or somebody give some charges that some of them have? Lytle?
Sure. Could you say your name and your title, sir?
Sergeant Lytle. So a lot of the charges that we're looking for as the physical travelers is travel to meet a minor, but you also have additional charges like soliciting a child. So usually the offender will solicit a child, then travel. There's also a slew of internet charges that we can charge if they're sending pornography or soliciting photographs from a juvenile. We can. There's additional charges. Also, several of these offenders are facing sex trafficking or human trafficking charges as well.
Your first name, sir?
John.
You're with the Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Chase Shakes, the second grade teacher, did you say if he's been terminated from the school district?
He has, yes.
Not just on leave? Terminated.
No, he's done. He's gone. Now, I hope Rubio, right? I hope Rubio picks up on this and gets rid of the visa, whatever we can do, AG, that he never sets foot on U.S. soil ever again in his lifetime.
For the Attorney General, Colonel Houser, we're able to ask a couple off-topic questions, specifically about the wrongful arrest of Lindsay Isaacs in Volusia County. I understand that she and her criminal attorney met with your office, Mr. Uthmeier, just a couple days ago. How did that meeting go? And do you think that Lindsay Isaacs deserves an apology? And what's the status of those two FHP troopers that are named in the civil lawsuit?
All right, so you just pissed me off. Now, I'll let him decide if he's going to answer your question, but all this shit, you want to ask him about some other case? We're talking about children. Now, if you're getting that from one of your people that typically is behind the phones that y'all have, wants you to ask that question, tell them to have the gonads to come here and ask me that question. That is what you need to be focused on.
To be fair, we did ask about that, and
it doesn't make a difference. I'm not here to talk about what FHP did. I'm here to talk about what they did, nothing else. Let's get that abundantly clear, because it happens. It happens to this poor man all the time. You want to go off on a tangent. This press conference is solely for those pieces of shit that are right there. Are we clear? Now, Colonel, I'll still leave it up to you if you even want to address his question. You can do it afterwards. You can do it in front of the camera.
I'll say this. Mistakes shouldn't happen. They do sometimes. This was not a good case. We've had private meetings. We'll have something that we can announce soon. If you want to direct a question for more specifics to the office, please do so.
He's the nice guy. He's the good cop. Next.
More about the James Westervelt case.
James Westervelt kid, the juvenile. So, I'm sorry. My blood's flowing right now, pretty fast.
He was arrested for the child that he had.
Unrelated. Okay, it's a serious crime, and I get it. How about off camera? That's not what the press conference is about. Okay, thank you. Next.
You mentioned it was the coach and the teacher. Any of these other offenders have direct contact, and it's the parents, but any other school employees, other coaches, any faith leaders, any others who had direct contact with children beyond them trying to credit them?
Do we have an answer? No. Okay, answer's no. But I do. Go to the first one, Zach. See that brochure on the right? Pop Warner. That's here in Marion County. So Southwest Marion, you need to be aware. He's out there with the kids at Pop Warner. Nothing wrong with Pop Warner. Do not misinterpret my words. Do not take that in the wrong way, nor convey it in the wrong way. Nothing wrong with Pop Warner. Great program for kids. But you got to be aware of individuals that are in the house. You got a wolf. You got a fox in the hen house. Anybody else?
Do you have any indication that he was preying on kids on the team?
No, not at this time. For his sake, I hope he didn't. Anyone else? I appreciate y'all's time, and I appreciate y'all being here. Thank you very much.
That's a news conference in Marion County wrapping up there, and I do want to apologize for the language we heard there from Sheriff Woods a couple of times in an angry response to a question about that case of the wrongful arrest. We did hear Attorney General James Uthmeier address that, saying mistakes shouldn't happen, but talked about the private meetings that have been held with that. Meanwhile, I had that live picture of the Pentagon up for you because we're monitoring some sort of hazmat incident there that the fire department in Arlington, Virginia has been monitoring. We know they are on the scene there Fox News reporting that there's a shelter in place at part of that building because of some sort of air quality incident. We're still working to get some more details about this. We will continue to monitor that situation and bring you the latest here on Fox 35 News Plus. Right now, we're going to take a break, but we'll be right back. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joining me now. And Brooks, seeing a higher chance of rain out there today?
Yes, so today it's all about the sea breeze and where the sea breezes collide. Yesterday we had a pure easterly flow, Garrett, and what that meant is that the Gulf sea breeze and the Atlantic sea breeze came together over the I-75 corridor. Now, we saw a few storms over Orlando, but a lot of them were on the west side. Universal Studios picking up over 4 inches of rain. Ocala yesterday, though, in the heart of this thing, some areas picking up over 5 inches of rain. Today, there's a slight southerly component to the Atlantic sea breeze, which means that southeast flow will allow the Gulf sea breeze to overpower it a little bit, which means our storms will form a little bit farther east. That'll include not just Orlando, but Sanford, Oviedo, Geneva, Lake Nona, maybe into St. Cloud and Hollopaw. Now, one conspicuous snub, I guess you could say, is that the Atlantic will not see much. The coast, I-95, not much. But there is a higher chance for our coastal counties, Flagler, Volusia, Brevard, and the beaches to get rain as we get into the weekend. So rain totals today will be heavy in spots. There will be haves and have-nots. The haves could get at least 2 inches of rain, maybe as many as 4 or 5 inches of rain like yesterday. Rain could come down inside of an hour, totaling over 4 inches. So we're looking at rainfall rates of 3 to 5 inches per hour. That is tropical rain. It is going to pour where it rains, but a lot of us may only see a few sprinkles or nothing at all on the coast. Now, looking ahead to tomorrow, we've got a better chance for rain approaching the coast. Looks like Orlando and Sanford, that's in the bag, but we may have to wait till Saturday and Sunday for Daytona, for Titusville, for Cocoa Beach and Melbourne to finally get some good downpours. That chance will continue into the day Sunday. It's all about the sea breeze. By this weekend, the sea breeze, instead of coming out of the east, will be more of a southerly component to it, and so that'll allow the Gulf sea breeze to overwhelm the Atlantic sea breeze and push those storms closer to the sand on the Atlantic coast. All right, so today we've got about a 50-50 shot of rain between 5 and 7 p.m., but it looks like a pretty decent chance of rain overall. Okay, in the tropics, we've got the remnants of what was Tropical Storm Christina moving into El Salvador, Guatemala, and Mexico. It's expected to then emerge after passing through Belize, where that yellow X is, into the southwest Gulf, the Bay of Campeche, where it has a 10% chance of developing. This is a low chance. There's no threat of this impacting Florida. It could bring heavy rain to parts of coastal Mexico, including Veracruz and Tampico. And if it moves a little bit farther north, maybe into Harlingen, Brownsville, and South Padre Island in Texas. Although that could be a little bit of a big ask, although there could be at least some scattered tropical downpours there. More so because this is officially now in the Atlantic Basin, this is a representation that we've now gone from the theoretical to the in practice. We've gone from concept to execution, where the hurricane season is actually happening. And while the open Atlantic is quiet and no tropical development is expected, this does represent the first activity of the season. Now, you'll notice that swirl east of Florida. That is a non-tropical system, but sometimes those can surprise us and become what's called subtropical, where they gain characteristics of both tropical and non-tropical systems. The first name of the season is Arthur, so we'll watch that one as well. The tropical waves out in the middle of the Atlantic are not going to develop. They are experiencing too much wind shear. All right, let's talk about the 7-day forecast. A 50-50 shot today, 60% chance tomorrow, and then a 70% chance as we get into the day on Saturday. Saturday, Garrett, will be interesting because not only will it be the highest rain chance over the next 7 days, but also the hottest day.
Yeah.
So it is going to be a total steam bath. It's going to feel like the middle of August.
Triple-digit heat index.
Easily.
All right.
We're going to be hoping for the rain at that point.
Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
You got it. My pleasure, Garrett. Have a good one.
We are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look right now in Mexico City. Fans continuing to arrive for the kickoff of the World Cup. Mexico and South Africa, the first game in several weeks of excitement and soccer being played in North America. But it's interesting because experts say 10 of the 16 venues for the World Cup are under, quote, very high risk of extreme heat. That's something that we often see here in Florida, but something that many of these teams and players competing might not necessarily be used to. So what does this mean for what we're going to see? I had the chance to speak with Dr. Eric Corris, who is a professor of orthopedics and sports medicine and the chair of USF Health Morsani College of Medicine's Department of Family Medicine. He talked with us about the impacts of heat in the World Cup. Dr. Corris, a lot of talk about heat and the impact that could have on these World Cup games. So what's your take on this when you see some of the temperatures, the heat index, not just here in Florida, but in other locations across the country right now as well?
No, you're absolutely right. And heat this time of year, especially in Florida, in Texas, in Mexico, where some of the games will be played, and anywhere where the athletes are coming from Northern Europe, Southern Hemisphere, where they may just not be acclimatized yet, can be a problem for, any athlete or non-athlete.
What impact does heat, humidity have on athletes and performance, especially if you're from one of those countries where you're not necessarily used to it?
Right, and that's, the biggest risk is the lack of acclimatization. And so, in mild cases, it just means decreased performance, dehydration, sometimes heat cramps and fatigue. Those are the mild cases. In the most severe cases, again, exertional heat stroke being one, it can be deadly if not recognized and treated emergently with ice water immersion right away. So it can vary from very mild to, very severe.
Are there things that these teams and players you think maybe have been doing or should have been doing to kind of prepare themselves to help them ease into it? We think of kind of acclimatizing when you go to high elevations or things like that and letting your body adjust to it a little bit. Is there a way you can kind of do that when it comes to heat?
Yes, you're exactly right. That's the most important thing they can do. And of course, these athletes are the best of the best. So frankly, we're probably not that worried about them having, significant exertional heat stroke. They can, if you get 7 to 10 sessions of exercise in the heat, you can become acclimatized, and then your risk goes down, your performance goes up, your sweat rate goes up, so you're better at dissipating heat. And so again, yes, absolutely, they can acclimatize. Ideally, the team is able to get to the area where they're going to be playing early and get those 7 to 10 sessions of exercise in the heat. That would be ideal. If they don't have the opportunity to do that, you can help them. When we added women's lacrosse 2 years ago, we were worried about our athletes coming from northern climates into hot Florida and playing. And so you can acclimatize them outside. We also took half of the volunteers and put them in the heat lab and had them do 7 to 10 sessions in a warm, humidified room at very controlled circumstances to allow them to properly acclimatize. And certainly these athletes are the best of the best for the World Cup, and they have access to a lot of opportunity to acclimatize.
And there are also, some of these takeaways here apply to, to so many of us, though, here across Florida who aren't the best, may not be the best athletes, but still spend a lot of time in the heat and humidity. So what is kind of your word of caution and what folks should keep in mind? Because we are heading into, the hot season here in Florida.
No, you're absolutely right. And that's why I'm so thankful that you're bringing attention to this, because frankly, I'm not that worried about the world-class elite athletes. They are so conditioned. and such opportunities for access to the best techniques and acclimatization. But you're right, those of us that are not elite athletes are probably most at risk. And so what we can do, exactly as you said, is get acclimatized. So do some exercise in the heat for 7 to 10 days before you take on something more intense. Probably my greatest fear is a poorly conditioned, unacclimatized offensive lineman doing preseason conditioning in hot and humid Florida, Texas, Mexico, anywhere where it's hot, but also in the southeast of the United States where it's also very humid. Those athletes, if they are not conditioned and not acclimatized, they're going to be at really high risk. And so they should stay conditioned, get acclimatized, and then hydrate well. Go into training very well hydrated, hydrate during participation, and rehydrate afterwards. The average male athlete sweats 1.5 liters an hour. The average female athlete sweats about 1 liter per hour. And so we have a lot of fluid to make up after an exercise session. And some people slowly get more and more behind, and that's where they get into trouble.
What are the main ways that we kind of see those symptoms or see that kind of play out when you are heading into trouble there? What does that look like?
Yeah. Well, the most dangerous is, of course, exertional heat stroke. So that can come on very quick. And if you're unconditioned, unacclimatized, and say you're a football player where you've got a bunch of plastic gear all over your body, so it makes it hard to dissipate that heat. The big thing to watch for is mental confusion. If they start to get confused while exercising in the heat, that's kind of heat stroke until proven otherwise. And they need immediate cold water immersion. And so an ice bath, ideally if you have access to it. If you don't, believe it or not, a tarp and a bunch of ice and just wrap them up in it. Cooling the body temperature is absolutely critical. Heat stroke is 100% treatable, but you have to treat it right away with ideally ice water immersion.
Well, and some of these words of caution too go to not just those on the field or athletes, but some folks who may be coming to Florida. We know Miami's hosting 7 World Cup games. There's going to be a lot of fans who are going to be there at the Fan Fest at Bayfront Park.
Absolutely.
I mean, a lot of folks just going to be out in this heat, and a lot of these same rules kind of apply and words of caution.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, some events that we cover, we're watching the athletes, and they have a lot more heat illness in the band members, the people in the stands, the officials. The last guy I had to put in an ice water immersion bath was actually a referee who started to struggle. And so, all the people around the event, you're exactly right, like you said, are not elite athletes. Many of us are not fully acclimatized and fully conditioned, and we can get into trouble quickly.
Bottom line here, Dr. Kouros, what do you want people to know? What do you want people to keep in mind?
Yeah, no, exactly like you said. Stay conditioned, get acclimatized, see your doctor before you participate in a sport. Some people have, pre-existing conditions that might increase their risk. And then hydrate before, during, and after, and always be vigilant for anyone exercising in the heat that starts to get confused, because that is potentially deadly exertional heat stroke and needs treatment right away.
Well, Dr. Kouros, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Yes, sir. Thank you for bringing attention to this, because it is very important this time of year.
And we are giving you a live look right now in Southern California, where USA is going to be playing their first game tomorrow night. Let me get you live, though, right now to City Hall, where we are hearing from Buddy Dyer, who just walked up to the podium alongside City Commissioner Patty Sheehan. They are speaking at the Terrace Gallery there, where there's an exhibition, an art exhibition, Portraits of Pulse, honoring each of the 49 lives taken nearly 10 years ago. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
That's had more than 2,100 donors. Susie and I donated yesterday. We're both O negative, and it's important that we give that type of blood. The Rainbow Run saw an even greater participation than last year, with over 2,000 people participating on Saturday, 50 families and survivors, and more than 100 first responders. And the strong engagement throughout the week reinforces the memory of the 49 angels, and it continues to unite people and beyond. We all remember in that first week 10 years ago how we saw various landmarks all over our country as far away as the Eiffel Tower and London lit up in rainbow colors, and we appreciated that support then as much as we do now. Today we are gathered in front of the Created in the Community Portraits of the Pulse exhibit, a powerful example of how arts help to preserve memory and foster healing. These portraits represent more than artwork. They represent lives, families, friendships, and our community's commitment to remembering each individual. Commissioner Sheehan and Azella will share more about the Created in Community exhibit. We want to invite residents to join us on Friday that's tomorrow, the annual Remembrance Ceremony, which begins at 5:30 at the First United Methodist Church in downtown. This year's Day of Remembrance is dedicated to reflection, remembrance, and ensuring that the stories of the 49 angels are never forgotten. Many of the victims' families and survivors will be at the ceremony, which will feature a candle lighting, ringing of the bells, and the reading of the 49 names. Additionally, the ceremony honors the diverse identities and cultures of the 49 angels through various performances, including Spanish-speaking artists and the Orlando Gay Chorus. For additional information on the remembrance events and the Pulse Memorial updates, visit pulseorlando.org. Lastly, we know that this week can be difficult, as I said at the beginning, and it's very emotional for just about everybody. And remember that it's okay to ask for help. And if you feel like you need help, seek that help. One place you can get it is at the Orlando United Resiliency Services, which continues to be available at the center for those that are impacted by Pulse. As we approach June 12th, we ask our community to come together again in remembrance, support one another, reaffirm our shared commitment to love, compassion, and unity. We've heard from the families how meaningful it was 10 years ago to experience such a large community response. And we're hopeful our community will come out in person once again to remind the families and the victims and the survivors we will always be Orlando United. So now I will turn it over to Commissioner Sheehan.
Thank you, Mayor Dyer. And in addition to being a city commissioner, I'm also an artist. And art really helped this community heal after the Pulse massacre. Right after, one of the last things I did, one of the last normal days I had was I was painting a You Matter mural in the Mills 50 area. And the next mural was supposed to be done by Andrew Spear. And it was supposed to be an elephant on the side of a building at 50 and Colonial and Mills. And I talked to Andrew about the 49 birds that had flown over the vigil. And someone had taken a picture, and it was actually exactly 49 birds. And I told Andrew about that, and it became that iconic mural that he did that said, "You Matter." That mural, as well as these portraits, are all part of that community healing that happened after June 12th and happened after the massacre. I was honored. I reached out to one of the families because Colleen asked me to come participate. And I reached out to one of the families and I said, "Hey, nobody's here to paint Danny's. Would you allow me to do it?" And they said, "We'd be honored." And it was one of the great honors of my life. So, it's, and this is, it's a tough time for me to even talk about some of this stuff because it brings it back in waves and it washes over me. But the one thing I will never forget is the love and the art and the companies that sold things to give to the one fund. And so, I know it's been 10 years, but I want us to say, let's keep that momentum going through the next 10 years because it's so important to honor their memory, and it's so important for us to include the arts, to do these things that bring us all together. And so it's my honor to be here today, and it's my honor to introduce Azella Santana with the Orange County Regional History Center, who has been a steward of so many of these important exhibits exhibits and pieces of art and everything. So again, I can't thank the Orange County History Center enough. They had representatives out, cataloging and taking important items and making sure they were archived so that we could have them forever. So, my love, my heart, my appreciation to the Orange County History Center and Azella Santana.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Commissioner Sheehan. The portraits featured in Created in Community Portraits of PULSE became part of the Historical Society of Central Florida's collection in 2024. Designed by local artist Jeff Sonkson in a paint-by-number format, these works were completed in 2017 by victims' families, friends, and members of the Orlando community. Together, they serve as powerful tributes honoring the 49 lives lost in the PULSE tragedy and reflect love, grief, resilience, and unity that emerged in its aftermath. On behalf of the Orange County Regional History Center and the Historical Society of Central Florida, I want to thank the City of Orlando, Curator Flynn Dobbs and her team for the opportunity to share these works in the heart of our community. It is especially meaningful that this exhibition was made possible through collaboration, reflecting the same spirit of community that brought these portraits to life. By preserving and sharing these works, we help ensure that the lives, that we honor the lives and the stories, and that they continue to tell the stories to be remembered. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for being here. So now you can tour the exhibit. We do have Colleen available for interviews, so just let us know. We can coordinate that.
Thank you, everyone.
So that's a news conference wrapping up at the Created in Community Portraits of PULSE art exhibit. Again, that's at the Terrace Gallery at City Hall Plaza. The art exhibit honoring each of the 49 lives taken 10 years ago. I want to let you know we have much more coverage on PULSE and remembering those lives lost. You can tune into our streaming special here on Fox Local tomorrow, Remembering PULSE. 10 years later. That will live stream at 7 o'clock right here on Fox Local. And as we continue to look back and reflect on that incident, that tragedy, and the lessons learned, we are joined this afternoon by the Deputy Chief of Orlando Police at the time, Orlando Rolone, who ended up becoming the Chief of Police and is now retired from that role. He's joining us live now via Zoom. Chief Rolone, thank you so much for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Thank you for having me, Garrett.
So first, Chief Rolone, what is this week like for you every year? And obviously now 10 years, it brings a whole nother meaning to it, I would imagine. But what do you reflect on? What do you think about when we approach this anniversary each year?
It does remind you of the evil that does exist, but I choose to focus on the greater good that most people tend to give and provide to our communities. And we saw that during the PULSE incident, the level of support that came from the community, how we all came united to support one another. And it didn't matter what profession or what line of work you represented, we became one. And it's unfortunate that sometimes tragedies do allow for us to reflect on that more so than during regular times. And but again, for me, it was the unity that we displayed to the world during that tragedy.
As I mentioned briefly, you were deputy chief at the time. You were at that scene. You were at those news conferences. You were doing a lot of work there that night. Can you talk to us about your role and what was going on as the night developed, as that morning, endless morning stretched on?
It was teamwork. There's no other way to describe it. The leadership that was present there that day, then Chief Mina, who became our sheriff of Orange County, then Sheriff Demings, who became our mayor of Orange County, and countless of other individuals. Myself went on to become chief. Another deputy chief, Eric Smith, is now the current chief of the Orlando Police Department. We have undersheriffs, sheriffs, chiefs. It was a group of leaders from all disciplines that came together, but they left their titles outside. They, understood that there was the greater good was to have a unified command that supported ultimately the chief of police and the decisions that were made. And I think that's what stood out the most when it came to the after action report that was generated for this incident. It was how all these different disciplines, all these different agencies came together, not for the first time. It was something that the Central Florida law enforcement community had done for quite a while, came together to support the overall mission. And I think that's what yielded most of the positive comments that were made about the response to that incident.
At what point did you realize the scale of the tragedy was going to be so devastating?
It was unimaginable. When at the time when you heard about a mass casualty incident, you put those numbers in the very low, less than a dozen. And as the incident progressed and more information was coming into the command post, you realize the gravity of this incident. One good example was the hospital. If there's one presentation that we should all hear is how the Orlando Regional Medical staff talk about how they dealt with the incident. It was a Saturday night to Sunday morning incident. Typically, the emergency room is pretty busy. It wasn't that day. 6 or so individuals were finishing their medical program, meaning they were on duty, technically had become doctors. And the way that they responded to that incident when they started seeing the victims coming in and the gravity of their wounds, they quickly realized that this was a very unusual situation. Likewise, for law enforcement, for fire, EMS personnel, it quickly became very concerning that this was far greater than anything we had ever experienced. But then once we learned how many individuals actually lost their lives and to what extent within the inside of that venue, that really was something that none of us were prepared for.
Yeah, I mean, as law enforcement, I'm sure you're locked in, you're doing your job, and don't necessarily in that moment have time to think and kind of process everything. But that has to be hard to deal with when you do see the scale of that and you do hear those numbers. At what point does that just hit you, even when you're on the scene?
Well, the city of Orlando did a wonderful job in ensuring that anyone affected, police, fire, anyone who was affected by that tragedy, that they received the proper care, meaning they brought in individuals to provide us with the support needed to encourage everyone to voice what they were feeling, to understand that there was help available. And from that, so much more evolved. Peer support groups, the understanding that trauma, situations like this can leave a very lasting trauma injury on individuals who are exposed to those type of situations. And, oftentimes, sometimes you hear people say, well, that's what you signed up for, whether you're a police officer, fire department, or fire personnel, you signed up for that. You should be expected to handle that type of situation. And to a certain extent, that is true. 1% of our nation's population gets entrusted to serve in the law enforcement profession, for example, 1% on any given year. And you see so much, so many tragic things during your career, but something like this, and we can only pray that it never happens again. And we've had some significant incidents occur in our nation, but when they do happen, law enforcement now is more prepared than they were before, both police and fire, to pretty much bring to the attention of those that are are serving our nation and protecting us, to ensure that they are somewhat prepared to face those situations when they do occur. So from the loss of life have come also a lot of good measures that have been put in place to better prepare our first responders, to better prepare our communities, to better prepare all of us to potentially prevent or respond to a situation like this.
How did that night, how did that response mold and shape you and law enforcement here in general in Orlando and Orange County?
Well, first and most important, it highlighted how well at the time we were dealing with the collective approach of doing business, the ability to know what agencies were present. And when we came together during that incident, everyone who was inside of that command post didn't pretty much did not have to introduce themselves. Everyone knew who was present. It was important for a unified command to have a structure in advance of any situation to know who could support the incident with what personnel or capabilities. All of that was already ironed out on our end for the most part. When it came to the members of the agency, the nation had already started doing somewhat joint training with fire, EMS, police in responding to these incidents. But after this incident, during the after action report, and I highly recommend anyone who would be interested in seeing what was documented on the after action report to see how important it became to address the injured in warm zones, so that now the standard is that you have joint groups that are basically tasked with ensuring that they have a rapid response team, that when the situation allows, care can be given to those that are in a warm zone, not the hot zone, where the scene is unfolding. So lesson after lesson was learned. We highlighted the things that we did well, but the after action report also highlighted some of the areas where we could improve. And we found that some of those areas were being addressed, but the after action report and this incident accelerated the process for everyone to have a unified approach on how to respond to these incidents.
You have dedicated so much of your life to public service and to law enforcement. You have seen a lot of things, dealt with a lot of difficult circumstances and tragedies. And I'm curious on a personal level how you have processed the PULSE tragedy over these 10 years.
It probably, to be honest with you, I don't know who else, and maybe there were individuals who at the time, in my case, my wife happened to be working for the city of Orlando, part of the diversity and inclusion department that they had at the time. And she actually did translations from Spanish to English from those who were affected by the incident because they needed translators. So she had to relive what those individuals were detailing in the process. Aside from that, she is the one, my family, of course, very supportive, but my rock was my wife. My wife gave me the support that I needed, the strength that I needed to continue to move on. When probably she needed me the most, she put me ahead of her own personal needs. And then it became a situation where we supported each other in the process. But to me, the biggest blessing, aside from faith, was my wife, who has been my rock for everything, who supported me along the way.
For someone like you who's been part of this community, you touched on this at the beginning, but seeing the community come together, seeing the response to this in the aftermath of something so terrible, what did that mean to you to see the way the community pulled together and showed unity and strength in this?
super proud to be part of the Central Florida community, super proud of how we all responded to the needs of others when they needed it most. Super proud of the way they show the world that, regardless of our differences, regardless of our preferences, regardless of our lifestyles, our backgrounds, when it matters most, we should always put our differences aside and come to support one another. And that's what we demonstrated to the world. And that's the one thing that makes me so proud to be a Central Florida resident.
Last thing here, Chief Rolone, we appreciate you joining us today, and I appreciate you taking the time to chat with us. What do you want people to keep in mind as we head into this weekend that is going to be so difficult for so many different reasons as well? What do you want people to know as we approach now this 10-year anniversary?
As we remember the 49 souls that were taken, by this individual, also recognize that a lot of good has come from that, in the sense that our nation is better prepared, not just Central Florida, our nation is better prepared as a result of the lessons learned from that incident. And that when it comes to safety, overall safety of our communities, everyone plays a role in that process. And we all need to be mindful that a little phone call, a phone call to 911 is not something that a law enforcement would discourage you not to do. It's something that we encourage you to do, so that when something suspicious comes around that it raises your concerns, please report it, and so that law enforcement can respond. And also, when you have the opportunity, first responders, medical personnel, thank them for the sacrifices that they make to ensure that we're safe.
Retired Orlando Police Chief Orlando Rolone, thank you so much for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Thank you, Garrett.
We're going to take a break, but we'll be right back. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now, and we are talking about El Nino today, Brooks, because today is the day that arrives.
Yes, federal forecasters today at the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration declared that El Nino conditions are currently present in the Pacific. Now, we've been seeing its arrival, its development coming for months, so this comes at no surprise. But once we reach a threshold in the eastern equatorial Pacific waters where there's an anomaly of warm water of at least 0.5 degrees Celsius and rising, that's when El Nino conditions are present. So what is this El Nino and why should we care? Well, here in Florida and around the world, it has huge climate impacts. First of all, it's thanks to a wind pattern shift that creates a wave of really warm, if not arguably hot water in the Western Pacific that replaces the typically cooler waters found off of the coast of South America. This can have huge impacts to the local fishing industry as well. It was originally discovered in the 1600s, in the 17th century there, by sardine fishermen that suddenly started catching tropical fish and found dead sardines. They realized the ocean waters had warmed up, sardines could no longer survive, and they were catching fish that you'd find in other parts of the Pacific Ocean. Well, this warm water anomaly, this unusual area of warm water, turns out has effects all over the world, effects that range from rainfall redistribution to hurricanes. And in the Pacific, with water being warmer, it leads to more hurricanes, reduced wind shear, and more fuel for the fire. And the opposite is true on the Atlantic side. Fewer hurricanes often result thanks to increased wind shear, as well as sinking air, subsiding air over the Gulf, Caribbean, and tropical Atlantic. So those factors alone can knock out hurricanes by a factor of half your normal activity. Now, just because it's an El Nino doesn't mean you won't have a hurricane. We've had some historic El Nino seasons in Florida where hurricanes still make landfall, or at least El Nino adjacent seasons, like 1992's Hurricane Andrew across South Florida, or 2004's swarm of hurricanes. We had Charlie, Francis, Jean, Ivan. It was a historic season. So unfortunately, it doesn't indemnify us from the impacts of hurricanes, but at least it reduces our statistical chance of receiving one. Now, it often also leads to a drier August and September thanks to that sinking air over Florida due to the warm air over the Pacific. All the air goes up, the really hot air goes up, and then as it drifts eastward, it cools and then sinks down, reducing our rainfall rates. But then the opposite is true in the winter when we have a moisture feed which increases with fronts making it down to Florida. That results in cooler than normal weather in the winter time, not in the sense of snow, but just daytime highs thanks to all the cloud cover. So instead of highs around 70, highs might be in the mid 60s. But more importantly, it increases our rain chances and our chance for severe weather in what is typically the dry season. So it becomes wetter than normal during the winter months, November, December, January, during El Nino years. And those are oftentimes years when we have major severe weather outbreaks. An example of that was in winter of 1998, and in that 1998 winter, there's the Kissimmee tornado outbreak, the night of the tornadoes, if you will. So El Nino has broad-reaching impacts. First off, arguably beneficial, Garrett, where it reduces our hurricane season, but remember, we're also in a drought year, and so one major source of moisture in Florida is through tropical systems. And if we don't have a tropical storm, or if we experience a mass sinking of air, high pressure over the Caribbean, the Gulf, and the Atlantic, that would, in theory, further reduce our rain totals and reduce our activity during the rainy season. So the typical afternoon storms we get in September, in August, maybe wouldn't be quite as producing, you could say, of that heavy rain. And then we'd have to look ahead to the winter to try and catch up. It's like saving for 401k. You know, you do catch-up payments once you hit 50. Once we hit December, January, February, we hope that that storm track gives us the rain that we missed out on during the second half of the rainy season.
It is interesting, almost like a paradox here, to hear you kind of talk about how, you know, it reduces the risk of getting that tropical moisture, but we're still expecting in the South a wetter than normal,
yes,
kind of season here.
Yes, as winter approaches and onsets, typically Florida sees a slew of cold fronts and surges of dry air that would pretty much put an end to the rainy season. And essentially it does. But then it introduces a much more active frontal season where you have more cold fronts than you typically see, and they'd often stall over Florida, producing more rain. Cooler than normal temperatures because the cloud cover would shield us from the otherwise warming sunshine in those cooler months of December and January. But the clouds at night act to blanket the planet, at least over our area, and that keeps things a little bit warmer. So on an inverse way, our chance for a freeze would be lower during an El Nino year. So we catch the benefit of more rain. It would be cooler during the day, but warmer during the night. And we'd also catch the benefit, Garrett, of potentially fewer hurricanes. We'd cross fingers anyway that we'd get fewer hurricanes. Our statistical chances would go down, but at the cost of a less productive rainy season for especially August and September.
I do have a question to go back to one of your earlier graphics where you're showing the wind shear and kind of the impact of El Nino on the Pacific side and on the Atlantic side, and why is it that the El Nino on the Pacific side gives that increased chance for reduced wind shear and so increased chance of hurricanes?
Yes.
And what is it? Is it the land in between that kind of creates those differences, or why is one side one impact and the other side a different impact?
It's the unusual warming of the Pacific waters, and it's that warm water that creates a massive lifting motion in the atmosphere. So there's what's called a coupling of ocean and atmosphere, and in the Pacific during an El Nino, where the water temperatures can be as many as 3 to 4 degrees warmer than normal, it's enough to put it over the edge to produce a large-scale lifting of the atmosphere. And that convective motion produces clouds, the increase in hurricanes, but also it can calm down the overall wind shear. And wind shear, in case you don't know, because I mean, you've probably heard the term in aviation, right? If like there's a flight coming down for a landing and it hits wind shear, it can mess up the landing and they'll have to try again, or it can even cause crashes sometimes. But in this case, the wind shear is something that, if you picture a hurricane like a wedding cake, like a tall wedding cake, a wind shear is winds at different speeds at different levels, and the higher the speeds, the more likely it is to push that wedding cake over. And once the wedding cake is toppled, tropical systems can't develop. So the more wind shear you have, the less likely you are to have a strong hurricane, and a lot of them. That's what we'd see on the Atlantic side. So essentially, you have a lower wind shear on the Pacific side. The rising hot air goes way up into the stratosphere. It gets pushed into the Atlantic via the westerly flow aloft, typical of the subtropical jet stream, and it sinks as it cools. So then you get that mass sinking or subsidence air over the Caribbean, the Gulf, and the Atlantic, and that would also further reduce the hurricane chances. That's in the upper levels. Now at the surface, this is where it gets kind of crazy, Garrett, but it's called a teleconnection. It sounds like telepathy, but you know how like in the idea of telepathy is like we could communicate without actually like talking, right? There's this magical connection. In weather, it's not so magical, but it's known as a teleconnection. When the Pacific warms up to the degree that it will, it increases the easterly flow at the surface of the Atlantic in the main development region of the Atlantic, and that's the wind shear that can tear these systems apart. So the trade winds coming from Africa, from east to west, from Africa to the West Indies or the Caribbean, that increases in its speed. When typically in August and September, you'd see the trade winds kind of slowing down, allowing hurricanes to form. So it's an incredible medley of tropical elements all coming together to overall result in an average lower hurricane season as far as intensity as well as frequency. And I haven't even mentioned the Saharan dust part of this. We talk about Saharan dust a lot, just shows you the complexity of the elements with El Nino. Oftentimes, Saharan dust, which gets kicked up by these big dust storms in Africa during June and July, will peak in its intensity in July and transport dust 5,000 miles across the Atlantic. And the dust itself has characteristics of the Saharan desert. It's hot and it's dry, from roughly 2,500 feet above the ocean surface all the way up to 20,000 feet. And that, it's like a big paper towel. It mops up the tropical moisture, but it also produces really hot air just above the surface, which halts convection. You can't have air rising into hotter air above it. It's like a cap over the atmosphere, and that leads to fewer clouds and, of course, can impact any kind of hurricane development. So with El Nino present, in theory, that Saharan dust season can go on a little bit longer as those trade winds are a little bit stronger, which would further reduce our hurricane intensity, frequency, and occurrence overall. Statistically, we'd have a slower hurricane season. So it's good in that sense, but then we face the cost of maybe less rain here in Florida.
Yeah, there's so many different factors, so many different things to consider. It's very complicated.
What's so amazing to me, it is so complicated, and there's entire studies in meteorology and climatology that specifically focus on El Nino. That's why the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration, that's the parent agency, the National Weather Service, has a whole climate prediction center dedicated to monitoring El Nino. And I just think it's amazing that if you go back in time to the 1600s, imagine being a Peruvian fisherman just trying to get your sardines, and then one day they all come up dead because the normally cold water that would support sardines gets too hot. And instead you start reeling in these strange tropical fish that you'd never see in that region. That's El Nino. Oh, by the way, they named it El Nino because it was first discovered around the Christmas season. So El Nino is Spanish for the child, or in this case, the Christ child.
Oh, interesting. Well, it's a fascinating phenomenon, and we will see how it plays out this season. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, we appreciate you breaking that down for us.
You got it, Garrett. I know it's a lot of information, but hopefully for Florida, it means that we'll be spared yet again from an impact from a directly landfalling tropical system this year. We cross fingers.
Yeah, we certainly hope so. As we go to break here, give you a live look at Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera. We'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. The Atlantic red snapper season in Florida came to an abrupt halt when a federal judge last month granted a preliminary injunction that put a stop to those activities under exempted fishing permits that had allowed that to continue just a couple of days into it. That is a process that has been frustrating to Congressman Randy Fine, who spoke with Fox 35's Aaron Page just a few minutes ago to talk about where things stand now as that injunction remains in place.
Well, I will be filing a bill that will remove jurisdiction for this issue from Washington, D.C. judges. The fact of the matter is Florida has done a very successful pilot program that says this fishing is safe. And frankly, this is hurting the economy of my constituents. It hurts fishermen. It hurts those who are in this business. And it's really disgusting that some judge in Washington who has no idea what's going on in Florida thinks he knows environmental policy better than Floridians. So my judge will ban federal judges from being able to make these decisions so idiots like this judge can't be involved in it.
And talk to me more about this bill. It prohibits if I'm correct, it prohibits the Secretary of Commerce from implementing bottom closures in the South Atlantic.
It would preempt judges. It would make it clear that determining environmental policy, which is what this is, this judge decided this wasn't a legal question. This was a judge saying, I, sitting in my ivory tower in Washington, D.C., as a judge without a single day of training in fisheries management or environmental policy, I am going to decide how Florida should manage its fishing resources. This wasn't even a legal question. This was a policy question. It is a rogue judge who made a terrible decision, and we're just going to simply pass a bill that says what he thinks doesn't matter.
Why is stripping that top-down federal authority so critical for Florida's coastal economy?
Well, interestingly, we're not stripping federal authority. If experts in the federal government, the people who manage these kinds of things at the federal level, don't want to allow it, this doesn't affect that. But a judge who's a trained lawyer, he's not an environmental scientist. What it says is that judges have no right to get involved in this. But if the National Oceanic Administration wants to be involved, the EPA, we're not stopping federal authorities, but the federal authorities are fine with what Florida is doing. It's just some idiot judge who should be focused on crime, not telling Floridians who can fish and who can't.
And your district, it includes massive fishing hubs like Daytona Beach and the Volusia and Flagler counties. If this specific judge was to get in the way of those strict catch limits, what kind of economic damage are we looking at?
Well, it's not if he gets in the way. The night before my local fishermen, local fishing companies were about to start, this judge said, I know better in Washington, D.C. So there's no if here. This has unquestionably damaged the economy, putting family-owned businesses at risk. It's one thing if Floridians want to do that. It's even another thing if experts in Washington, D.C. want to do that. But for some idiot judge who hasn't had a day of fisheries management or environmental training in his life to say, I, King Judge, know better, that's not okay. And so we're going to put an end to that.
So the critics of this deregulation worry that doing this could lead to overfishing and a collapse of the red snapper population. How do you answer those questions from environmental groups who argue that?
Well, I think their data is wrong. I think the Florida pilot programs and the data that has been collected show that that concern is not real. I mean, I understand the concern, but if they have that concern, they should make that argument to the experts in the field. They should not run to some judge who should be dealing with murders and crime and saying, hey, judge, I know you probably have never gone fishing in your life, but we want you to be an expert on fisheries management. My issue is with the decision maker here, some rogue judge who doesn't know what he's doing getting involved in these. People who disagree, there are appropriate agencies with experts to make those claims to, not a federal judge who doesn't have an hour of training in these issues and doesn't even live in Florida.
Congressman, I understand that you have constituents in your area who have been affected by this judge's ruling. Do you believe that this that if these closures went into effect, or that this closure would have like a massive impact on them in particular?
Well, I want to challenge the premise of your question. There's no if. This rogue judge put it into effect the day before they were supposed to be able to start fishing. It has had a massive effect. And in my time in Congress, I've had lots of fishermen, lots of charter boat companies, lots of tourists, all say, and lots of environmental groups, all say they want to fish for red snapper. I haven't had anybody say they don't want it. That's why they had to run to Washington, D.C. to go talk to some judge who may never have even been to Florida in order to stop it. I just think it is disgusting that some judge sitting in Washington is going to tell Floridians what our environmental policy should be. It's disgusting, it's wrong, and it says everything about what's wrong with a rogue judiciary. And that's why my bill will stop it and tell this judge, get out of our business, don't tread on Florida's fishermen.
Thank you for that, Congressman. I wanted to ask you about Howard Lutnick, because the Department of Commerce has a new leader under that current administration. Have you had direct conversations with him about the red snapper crisis, and do you think that the executive branch is ready to use its power to overrule those restrictions?
Well, I have not spoken to Secretary Lutnick directly, but my team has worked with the department. It's not the department that's causing the problem. It is a rogue federal judge. The relationship between Florida and that department is good. We had solved the problem. Controlled red snapper fishing was about to begin. This is not the Trump administration. This is some rogue Washington, D.C. judge who may never have fished a day in his life and may never have visited the state of Florida. Just think about how disgusting that is. Some judge 1,000 miles away from Florida is going to tell us how we can fish. That's not right. That's not how our democracy should work. This judge needs to stay out of our business and not tread on Florida's fishermen.
Any last thing you want to tell people who may be critics to this, to your push against this?
I would say let's have that fight in the places that it's appropriate, at the state level, at the federal level. But again, Washington, D.C. judges who sit 100 miles away from the ocean and 1,000 miles away from my constituents should not be telling them who can fish and who cannot. There's an appropriate place for judges. It is not deciding environmental policy in the United States, and this judge needs to stop treading on Florida's fishermen.
Congressman Randy Fine, 6th District of Florida, thank you so much for your time today.
Thanks for having me.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you right now to Minneapolis, Minnesota, where we're hearing from federal officials talking about the suspect in the shootings of the Minnesota lawmakers. His entering a guilty plea, accepting a plea deal in connection with the killings of Representative Melissa Hortman and Mark Hortman, as well as the shootings of Senator John Hoffman and his wife, Yvette Hoffman. This guilty plea coming after federal prosecutors decided not to seek the death penalty in that case. Let's go ahead and listen in live right now.
From elsewhere in the country and in Washington, D.C., there is no staffing issue in the U.S. Attorney's Office. We could use some very, very valuable support staff. I think every U.S. Attorney's Office around the country would like that. And if you are a qualified paralegal, please apply to our office. But I will tell you, there is absolutely no staffing issue that affects any case in this office, and it certainly didn't affect this one. Lou.
Lou Ragush from Care 11. When the charges were filed, at that time, Vance Belter was spouting what could be described as either delusional or conspiracy theory type statements about why he did this. What made him go from that to today, essentially in the factual basis, admitting to every factor that the evidence seemed to show?
Well, Lou, of course, we don't communicate directly with the defendant, and we certainly don't communicate directly with the defendant in this case. What I assume that what led him to do that today is what he swore under oath today, and that is that every element of what was alleged was absolutely the truth. Yes, sir.
Matt Sepik at NPR News. Was the death penalty the leverage that you needed to get this plea agreement? If not for that threat, would he have pleaded guilty and accepted the consecutive life sentences?
Well, again, I'm not going to put myself in the mind of Mr. Belter or his counsel, but what I can tell you is that the terms of our offer to Mr. Belter were, if you plead guilty and take consecutive life sentences, we will take the death penalty off the table. Yes, ma'am.
Taylor Rivera, WCCO Radio. What precedents do you think it sets in future political violence cases by taking the death penalty off the table in this case?
Well, again, we didn't take the death penalty off the table. We made an agreement that said that we will not seek the death penalty provided he agrees to serve the longest prison time possible under the law for every single one of the counts. And I would say that the precedent that it sets is that if you want to commit political violence at any level, no matter what it is, that we are going to seek the longest and strongest prison terms for your offense. Yes, ma'am.
At what point did it seem like this plea agreement was going to move forward?
I think that's a question I really best not answer, and I apologize for that. But I don't want to get into the back and forth between ourselves and the defendant. At all times in this office, we have to be respectful of the rights of criminal defendants, even those that are as brutally murderous as this one. Yes, sir.
Connor White, WCCO TV. In reference to Lou's question from earlier, trial might have presented the opportunity for closer cross-examination, as people still wonder why this happened nearly a year ago to the day. Have you learned anything more about what actually motivated the violence that night?
So I think that's the same question as I got earlier, and again, we don't have the opportunity to speak directly with Mr. Belter, and what we do know is, and what we certainly expect, is that what motivated his guilty plea here is that he was guilty of everything. With regard to why it is that With regard to what it is that controls the criminal mind and what drives a criminal to want to commit this sort of brutal murder and to do it as coldly as it was done, I wonder if any of us who live law-abiding lives will ever really be able to understand that sort of motivation. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mitch Smith, the New York Times. I'm curious, were state prosecutors involved in all the plea negotiations with your office here, and does today's outcome affect at all what they're pursuing at the state level?
So the federal prosecution is separate from the state prosecution. I certainly would encourage you to speak to the state prosecutors, and we don't have information as to what might happen in that prosecution, and we certainly invite them to proceed in whatever way they think is appropriate. And I'm trying to make sure I'm covered everybody. Have I had you? Matt? Yes. Matt, you get the first, second round.
I have another question. The magistrate judge in this case was critical of the timing and the length of time that it took to come to a decision about the death penalty. Can you talk a little bit more about why it took so long in this case? With the Mangione case, it was less than 4 months.
Yeah, and I understand where Judge Foster was coming from on that, because we anticipated having our death penalty recommendation up to the Attorney General prior to that particular hearing. It is true that because of some reframing of issues that was, or I should say, re-examination of issues, reframing and re-examination of issues stimulated by the outcome of the Mangione case. We needed to go back and make sure that we were addressing those particular issues. And then I think, as you're all probably aware, our recommendation went up, I think, within about a week, maybe not even, maybe 10 days of that particular hearing. But so there ended up actually not being any delay at all. Yes, sir.
Connor, again with WCCO TV. Often there could be a negative connotation to a plea agreement for some people who may feel that you should be going after the absolute highest penalty possible. I noticed that you were speaking with Senator Hoffman as you came into the courtroom. Has there been conversations with victims, the family of victims, ahead of time? Is there satisfaction, so to speak, with where this is shaped out today?
So actually, federal law actually requires us to be communicating with victims and the immediate families of victims at certain critical points along the process. We, of course, followed that law, and we have been in communication with them. I certainly want to respect all of the victims' privacy and I would just encourage you to present whatever questions they're prepared to entertain so that they can really answer for themselves. And we're just going to kind of go back clockwise again. Back, Lou.
Yeah, this is just for clarity. Are you able to tell us when you made that recommendation, if it was to the Attorney General to recommend to seek it, when you guys sent that up? And are you able to say if the family wanted the death penalty or if they wanted life in prison?
Well, with regard to the latter part, again, I want to defer to the family with regard to any expressions of what their wishes may have been. One of the if I could pronounce the word, we'd all be better off. One of the peculiarities of the Justice Department guidelines is that while we don't generally say what our recommendations to the Attorney General was, I am 100% free to tell you there is absolutely no daylight between me and the Attorney General on this, and we see it the exact same way. And hopefully that's a sufficient answer to your question. Lou, please remind me your name, and even though you just told me 2 minutes ago.
Pilar with KSTV.
Yes, Pilar.
There was some new information that came up during the admission to facts that Belter admitted to putting the gun to Mrs. Hortman's head and firing. But there's also some confusion because there weren't a lot of details in that question. Was she running away at the time? Was she, there's a question of whether she was running up the stairs at the time. Was she on the ground? She had already been shot at that point, or just shot at and missed? I'm just trying to put that in perspective.
Yeah, I don't want to go beyond the strict language of the plea agreement and the facts that Mr. Belter agreed to today. As is typical in these cases, at the time of sentencing, some additional details are likely to come out, and I would prefer that the process play itself out in the normal way. What I would suggest is, now that the plea agreement is a public document, you may all wish to take a look at exactly how those facts are laid out, and I think it will answer your question in part, but not necessarily entirely. Yes, sir.
Will there be charges against Jonathan Ross for the killing of Renee?
So today, I'm really only going to take questions on the Belter case, but
this news conference continuing in Minnesota right now. We've got to step aside, take another quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We have much more to get to. Don't go anywhere.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. A man named Robert Dillon is suing the Jacksonville Beach Police Department, the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, and the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office. Claims he was wrongfully arrested because of faulty facial recognition match using some new AI technology that linked him incorrectly to a city he had never even been to. This brings up a lot of questions, not just about this case, but about some broader trends as well. And so joining us live this afternoon to talk about this case and its implications, we are joined by Nate Wessler, who is Deputy Director at ACLU Speech, Privacy, and Technology Project, and joins us live now. Nate, we appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us today.
Yeah, I'm glad to be here.
So first, to talk to us about this case. What happened here? How was it that this 52-year-old man who lives in Fort Myers was accused of being in and trying to lure a child in a city that he says he was never anywhere close to?
Yeah, this investigation happened in Jacksonville Beach. That's more than 300 miles from Fort Myers. A few years ago in 2023, an unknown man went into a McDonald's in Jacksonville Beach and tried to lure a minor out with him. She didn't go. She called her parents who were nearby. They called the police. By the time police got there, this unknown man was gone. But police came back the next day and got the security camera footage from the McDonald's that he was captured on. A frame from that footage was run through facial recognition technology by the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. And then they sent back to Jacksonville Beach a purported match, which was totally incorrect. And that is a major risk of facial recognition technology. It often gets it wrong. They had flagged Mr. Dillon as a possible match to the suspect. That then just sent the Jacksonville Beach investigation totally off the rails. The next thing that police did is put the photo of Mr. Dillon into a photo lineup that they showed to a manager at the restaurant, and she picked him as the closest match to her memory. The problem there is that when face recognition technology gets it wrong, it's usually going to be with somebody who looks similar to the suspect, because that's what this AI system does. It finds similar looking faces, but they'll often not actually be matches. It's a mistake. So it tricks this witness into misidentifying him. Police then do some other things that tell them that actually he couldn't have been there. They run his license plates through a license plate reader database and find that he was not picked up on any of those cameras in Duval County around Jacksonville Beach on any of the days around this incident. The officer actually called Mr. Dillon, which is unusual, and learned that Mr. Dillon lives more than 300 miles away, hours away across the state, said he'd never been to Jacksonville Beach, told the officer he has a distinctive scar on his face. But instead of listening to that evidence that shows the system got it wrong, the officer actually conceals that evidence when applying for an arrest warrant, gets the arrest warrant without the judge knowing the full story, and then months later, Mr. Dillon is arrested, accused of this really ugly crime. He has to hire a defense attorney. He spent a night in jail, and he's really scarred indelibly from that. It was a terrible, terrible ordeal for him and his family.
I think it's concerning for folks to hear you say that these facial recognition things often don't work right.
That's right. You know, these systems are not even designed to find definitive matches. Even the makers of these systems recognize that they get it wrong all the time. The thing that these systems, these AI systems, are trained to do is to take a photo of an unknown person and compare it to thousands, often many millions of photos in a database, and then spit out a list of the most similar looking faces according to the computer algorithm. Even in the best case scenario, all but one of those output photos is going to be a wrong match, right? It's going to be an innocent person. And often every single one of them is an innocent person. And then it falls to a law enforcement employee to look at those results and decide whether they think it's a match or not. And unfortunately, human beings are just very bad at looking at photos of someone they've never seen before and figuring out if it's a match. We're just not good at that kind of facial recognition. And so there's tremendous potential for these systems to get it wrong. And in fact, we've seen in Florida and across the country a number of very similar cases where innocent people are wrongfully arrested because police rely on incorrect results from facial recognition technology.
And so, as there is, we hear more and more about increasing use of technology like this by departments everywhere, not just here in Florida, across the country. It's something that a number of agencies are relying on to help in this day and age. And so, does that concern you that we're seeing that, given some of the questions about its reliability?
Absolutely. I mean, police love to talk about how helpful this technology could be. And, there are going to be cases when it gets it right. But what police don't often focus on is how dangerous it can be for all of us when it gets it wrong. And this technology is guaranteed to get it wrong at least some of the time. There are actually a number of jurisdictions around the country, including some very large cities, where elected officials have looked at this technology, looked at the risks, looked at the ways that it can totally turn people's lives upside down, and have just barred police from using facial recognition technology. That's the most durable protection. It's just so risky. There are other places that still let police use it, but have put in place very serious policy guardrails to avoid incorrect results from this technology, tainting investigations, and leading police to arrest innocent people. None of those protections were in place in Jacksonville Beach or with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office around this investigation. And it's unfortunately predictable, totally predictable, that an innocent man's life got completely turned inside out.
What sort of safeguards or guardrails do you think need to be in place to prevent wrongful arrests when we're talking about the use of technology?
Yeah, the most protective rule, and a rule that a number of cities across the country have put in place, is just to pause police use of this technology while we assess the risks and try to protect ourselves. But in places that are still using it, there are some clear rules, including that police should never be allowed to go straight from a facial recognition result to a photo lineup shown to a witness, because of the way that bad results from this technology can taint those identifications, because you effectively have an innocent doppelganger, a lookalike to the suspect in some way, who just tricks a witness. So they should never be able to do that. And then police also need to be trained on how unreliable this technology is, and required to disclose all of that to judges before they can get an arrest warrant. Disclose that this technology often gets it wrong, it's not reliable on its own, and disclose all the other investigative steps they went through. Here, the police did none of that. They relied on the technology, let it taint the investigation, and then hid relevant facts that showed that Mr. Dillon couldn't have been in Jacksonville Beach on those days, and didn't tell the judge that. And then they arrested him, and it's been really just terrible.
So you say you want to see the use of these sorts of systems paused entirely. What do you say then to folks who say, well, this is important, this does help catch, in many cases, maybe in most cases, does help make arrests and help solve crimes that maybe otherwise wouldn't be?
There are a number of things that, as a society, we've told police they can't do, or at least can't do without strict court oversight, even though it might solve a few more crimes, right? If police were able to bust down every door in a neighborhood looking for a suspect without a warrant, they might catch a few more suspects, but at the tremendous cost to our liberty and our privacy and our security. This technology might help catch some suspects, but at what cost? That's really the question we're asking here. And Mr. Dillon's case and other cases across Florida of people wrongfully arrested after police relied on bad results from this glitchy technology show in a very stark way what the risks are to just regular people living their lives who suddenly are put in cuffs, held in jail, accused of sometimes very ugly crimes because police relied on bad technology.
Nate Wessler, Deputy Director, the ACLU Speech, Privacy, and Technology Project. Thank you so much for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Thank you.
We should note before we go to break here, Jacksonville Beach Police, Jacksonville Sheriff's Office have not commented on this because of the pending litigation. The Pinellas County Sheriff's Office released a statement essentially saying that the fault does not lie with their department because of the roles and kind of the division of things. They said this was an issue at the the level of the officers involved who are not part of the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office, and not an issue with the technology itself. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. State CFO Blazin Golia was in Miami earlier today holding a news conference about government spending and accountability, holding another one of his news conferences where he releases results from his FAFO audits, talking about spending and his concerns about out of control government spending at the local level. I want to play some of that news conference for you, again, earlier today in Miami.
The word here is unnecessary. A lot of the spending that we're going to go over, and a lot of the spending that we have gone over for the previous 8-9 months that we have been doing this, talks about unnecessary spending. It's spending that should have never happened in the first place. But you cannot have unnecessary spending unless you have unnecessary taxation, because the government runs on our money, on taxes. So just remember that as we go through these numbers, that you cannot have unnecessary spending without unnecessary taxation. First, while we're here, I want to recognize Representative Tom Fabricio for being here. Sir, thank you. I appreciate what you've been doing up in Tallahassee, especially putting the property tax reform question on the ballot. We appreciate your steadfast commitment to fiscal responsibility. And speaking of fiscal responsibility here locally, I would also like to welcome Commissioner Rob Gonzalez. Thank you, sir. Commissioner Gonzalez has been an unapologetic champion of lower taxes, lower budgets, and more fiscal transparency. I'm a big fan of all his work and everything that he's been doing, trying to be very aggressive in delivering affordability, especially here in this county. So thank you for everything that you do. So to the people of Miami-Dade, or more importantly to Miami-Dade government and some of the big wasteful spenders, if you thought I was going away, think think again. I am not going away. I'm going to be in this job for 8 years, and I am going to protect the taxpayers of this state every day of the week, 24 hours a day. Now, we are doing this not just in this jurisdiction. We are doing it in all corners of the state, cities and counties. We are doing it not as a partisan exercise, but as a protecting the taxpayer exercise, and that is important. From deep red Flagler County and deep red Citrus counties to deep red Broward counties, we are holding local governments accountable and calling out their reckless, wasteful, and yes, unnecessary spending. So far, we have exposed more than $2.7 billion, billion with a B, in excessive and wasteful spending. Here are the numbers. The city of Jacksonville, 2 years ago, our calculations wasted $199 million of your taxpayer dollars. Last year's budget, $275, another $275 million. That's on top of the $199. In Orange County, they wasted $190 million 2 years ago. Last year, $300 million. Again, continuing to go up. The city of Orlando, $22 million. Hillsborough County, $278 million. Broward County, $189 million. Manatee County, $112 million. Miami-Dade, we were here before, $302 million. City of Miami, $94 million. Nassau County, $53. Alachua, $84. Seminole, $48. The city of Fort Pierce, $10 million. City of St. Petersburg, $49 million. Citrus County, $39 million. Flagler County, $59 million. St. Lucie County, $46 million. And the worst of them all so far, Palm Beach County wasted $344 million of your hard-earned tax dollars just 2 years ago in the 24-25 budget cycle. Affordability is a big issue here in the state of Florida, not only the state of Florida, but across the United States, and property taxes is a very big part of that affordability issue. The fact of the matter is that governments are taking your hard-earned tax dollars and spending it with a complete and utter disregard for the people who are actually paying the bill, the taxpayers. It is safe to say that Miami-Dade County has some learning to do when it comes to fiscal responsibility. Then when government spends needlessly, as we are going to allude to here today, and what we have been seeing all across the state of Florida, it creates problems for our families and our businesses, especially small businesses just like this. And I want to thank you guys for hosting us here today. These are problems that are created by government, and government can fix them. How can they fix them? By cutting your property taxes and making things more affordable. Unfortunately, Miami-Dade County has become tone deaf to the needs and the wants of everyday people as their budgets continue to grow. If they were listening to the taxpayers, they would be heeding those warnings. They are not. The reason why we are talking about property tax reform, quite frankly, is because governments such as Miami-Dade, such as Palm Beach, such as Jacksonville, such as Flagler County, have stopped listening to the taxpayers, and they're only listening to the people within government who just want to continue to take more and more of your tax dollars. Miami-Dade did not only heed that warning of taxpayers starting to revolt against higher taxes, they doubled down on the wasteful and excessive and reckless spending. Local government is growing faster than your ability to pay for it. It should be obvious now as we go through these exercises that local government will not stop growing. They will not stop spending recklessly unless acted upon by an outside force. Those taxpayers are the outside force, and that's why property tax reform is so very important here in the state. You cannot continue to raise people's taxes. You cannot continue to raise people's costs of living and at the same time complain about affordability. That does not make you someone who cares about your constituents. I'm sorry, that makes you a hypocrite. Now, We applied the same methodology to Miami-Dade's current 25-26 year budget as we did the last time we were here. The last time the calculation yielded excessive and wasteful spending of $302 million. Now, in order to find out how much money Miami-Dade government is wasting excessively, wastefully, needlessly, we need to find out how much the budget should reasonably be under reasonable circumstances. So what we do is we use what we call the FAFO methodology. This FAFO methodology is very similar to what states like Utah and Colorado use. Over here on my left is a quote from the James Madison Institute, along with Americans for Prosperity, other really fiscal conservative organizations. This stuff has been vetted. It is not something that we just made up. It is not something that we picked out of a vacuum. Right here it says at the James Madison Institute, we believe that the FAFO methodology, similar to what has been enacted in laws like states like California and Utah, is one of the most effective tools to demonstrate the need for property tax relief, for Floridians to rein in local government spending. So basically what we do is we start off with the premise that government should never, ever grow faster than inflation and plus population. Because if it does, it starts stripping away the ability of taxpayers to pay for it. When government grows too large and you continue to need to feed that beast, government, in terms of taxpayer dollars, they're always going to want to demand more taxpayer dollars. And when government grows faster than inflation and population, the taxpayers' ability to pay for it becomes less and more burdensome on them. So what we do is we start off with a base budget of 2019-2020, and then we index it forward for inflation and population to find out where the budget should reasonably be, and then we compare it to what it actually is. That number over and above what the budget should reasonably be is what we are terming excessive, wasteful, and needless spending. This is extra money that they did not need to run government. They just took the extra tax revenue, spent it, and expanded government. So what we're going to do right here is now we've been doing these presentations all across the state, and I hear the same thing. Can you show me the calculations? Can you show me the calculations? We would send them the calculations. We have done videos on the calculations. So to make it very easy, because I know that the press, they're going to do their job. They're going to start talking to people within government, and the government's going to say, I don't understand the calculations, or I don't understand what he's talking about. Not only do states like California and Utah use this same calculation, we actually wrote it out here so everyone can understand it. So here's the deal, and this is important. I want everyone to follow on with me. So if the cameras want to get this, what we do is we start off with the base. We start off with the base budget. From there, we increase that budget, adding 25.5% inflation. That's the CPI number over the last 6 years. And then we add 5.72 population growth. Okay? So base budget plus inflation and population. 25.5 plus 5.72. In addition to that, what we do is we add a buffer of 5%, what we are calling a government inefficiency buffer. Because the larger a government grows, and I'm going to tell you that Miami-Dade government is large, the larger it grows, the more inefficient it becomes. The more inefficient a government comes, the less they are able to control spending. That's one of the reasons why we have such a problem with the federal government, how large and how much money they waste at the feds, okay? So when you add 25.5 plus 5.72 plus 5% for a government inefficiency factor, the budget should have gone up over the last 6 years around 36.22%. Miami-Dade's budget actually went up 64.2%. Now, I want everyone to understand that 5% in real dollars. This is important. Not only did we add for inflation and population, we added the 5% budget buffer. That budget buffer equals $84 million. So over and above inflation and population, we were gracious in our calculations We added an extra $84 million on top of that and gave this, that we conceded that to them. We added that into them. They went way over that number, and we'll explain even more as we get there. Now, the budget actually went up 64%, which means the old number was $302 million in the 24-25 fiscal year. The new, updated, and I would say unimproved, wasteful and excessive spending for 2026 in 1 year is a whopping $470,685,000. In 1 year, that is the amount of money over inflation and population and the 5% buffer. This is the amount of money that we think that they did not need in order to run government, because when we factor in for inflation and population, we are factoring in inflation, higher cost of stuff. We are factoring in population, more fire, more police, more government employees. All of that is factored in. Heck, we even gave them a $84 million budget buffer on top of that, and they still exceeded all of that in dollars by almost $471 million. So again, let's be crystal clear on this. When we index for inflation and population, when we add the extra buffer, we are accounting for increased fire, increased law enforcement, raises for employees, the increased costs of everyday goods. That $470 million, we believe you should have never been taxed for. Government should have never had it in the first place, and it should have never been spent in the second place. And the key is never once, some people here have, I appreciate you, Rob Gonzalez, Commissioner Gonzalez, never once thought about giving it back to the actual taxpayers in the form of a property tax cut. According to our calculations, we believe that if you just cut out that wasteful, excessive, and unnecessary spending, Miami-Dade could have delivered a tax cut of about 0.83 mils. Doesn't sound a lot, but in real dollars, it makes a difference. So, in Miami-Dade, if you own a home that is tax assessed at $500,000, you'd be saving about $413 a year. If you have a home that is tax assessed at $600,000, you'd be saving around $500 a year. If you owned a home that was tax assessed at $700,000, you would save around $580 a year. Now, I know some people in local government are going to scoff at those numbers, but I'm going to tell you that is real money put in the pockets of real people in a situation where people are having a hard time making ends meet. Every single dollar counts. It is incumbent upon us to run government as lean as possible in order to keep as much money in the pockets of the taxpayers as possible, especially in an environment where people are saying we have affordability issues here in the state of Florida. And remember, that $470 million is just 1 year. Last year alone, we went from 302 to 470. Obviously, Miami-Dade government, somebody needs to shake them, and you say you need to stop spending. Because if it was not for property tax reform, what do you think the excessive spending number would be next year? 640? I mean, it's kind of crazy just how much they are indexing over inflation and population. Again, all of it, in our estimation, is needless. This is needless spending because of needless taxation. So that got us thinking at the CFO's office and the Florida Agency of Fiscal Oversight of how much Miami-Dade has wasted past the 2 years. And that number is even more shocking. The amount of money that Miami-Dade has wasted over the last 3 years alone, wasted, excessive, and needless spending, all totaled, is $807 million. Over inflation and population. Again, again. If you believe in the premise, as I do, as most people do, that government should never grow faster than inflation and population, that is the number over inflation, population, and a 5% budget, a buffer. That's an astonishing number. So, unfortunately, so far, this makes Miami-Dade the leader in the terms of its excessive, wasteful, and needless spending. So, if you calculate the excessive and wasteful spending each year and add it up.
Conference in Miami earlier today, saying Miami is the leader there when it comes to the wasteful and excessive spending that they have found. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll get you back to that news conference in just a few minutes.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look right now at the floor of the Senate. This is Senate Majority Leader John Thune speaking about national security right now as news is breaking that President Trump is currently canceling news strikes on Iran. So let's go ahead and listen in live.
Sorry, we don't like this guy in the acting temporary position, and so we're going to shut the lights off on this program and put at risk the American people. It's an untenable, irresponsible position. But since he doesn't take that position until a week from Friday, I think we ought to at least extend this program through a week from Friday and allow for some more time for people to figure out the long-term solution, if there is one. So, Mr. President, I'm going to ask that, as if in legislative session, I'm going to ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of the bill at the desk. I will further ask that that bill be considered, read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Objection. The senator from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does the majority leader, knows the bill that came up in the House had a strong bipartisan vote this morning. It was not something that one party simply tried to jam something through on the other. It was a strong bipartisan vote. It was defeated. The House is gone until the 23rd, so they can't do anything. Now, with respect to a couple of the details made by the majority leader, I've already indicated that on offer is my proposal, which is longer than anything that has come up in the last day. It's a real offer. And by the way, it's not changing any surveillance powers at all. All my proposal does is offer some transparency. And I think transparency information is relevant when there's been evidence of Americans being spied on. And I think that's why it's important. So for those reasons, Mr. President, I object.
Again, say for the record, Mr. President, because the senator from Oregon's proposal is designed to kill the bill. And there was a vote in the House, and I want to say there were 190 Republicans in the House who voted for a 3-week extension, and there would have been a lot of Democrats if they hadn't been told by their leadership, like they have been told here, not to vote for an extension. This is an extension. This is an extension of current law. We have a proposal that's been negotiated by both sides. It will be a longer-term extension. So if you're rejecting the 3-week extension, what I'm suggesting here and what you just objected to, because my understanding is, correct me if I'm wrong, that the reason all the Democrats went south on this in both the Senate and the House was because the nomination of a gentleman named Bill Pulte to be the acting temporary director of the Office of National Intelligence. If that's true, and if he doesn't take office until a week from Friday, what objection could there possibly be to extending this program's authority until at least next Friday, so that we don't have a period where this program lapses, this program goes dark at a time when there are literally hundreds of thousands of people coming to this country for the World Cup? 1-week extension. That's all we're saying. And the Democrats are going to object to that. So, Mr. President, again, I will simply say this is, on its face, an irresponsible position that makes America and Americans less safe.
Senator from Ohio.
I'll make my remarks very, very brief. For those watching on TV, wondering what their government did this week, what you just witnessed on the floor of the United States Senate is one Democrat that at least was willing to have his position stated. The other one's hiding because they know what they did today was so wrong. At the end of the day, the most important job we have is to protect the American people. And because of Democrat political posturing, they made this country less safe. And I hope and pray to God that nothing happens in this country where an American is killed, something happens to this nation as a result of what we just witnessed here today. This is another low point in the history of the United States Senate.
We've been listening to some debate on the floor of the U.S. Senate as they discuss and debate the key intelligence program. Meanwhile, we have also been monitoring news out of the White House that Fox News reporting Trump has canceled new strikes against Iran. So we're monitoring that situation as well. Let me give you a live look right now in Largo, where we are expecting a news conference at 2 o'clock from the Attorney General, the Florida Attorney General, as well as the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office. They are going to be holding a news conference at 2 o'clock. And alongside a state representative and a state attorney and the Florida Highway Patrol Colonel as well. So we will bring that to you live coming up in our 2 o'clock hour. We'll have that live streaming for you right here on Fox Local. Right now, though, let me go ahead and get you back to that news conference earlier today in Miami, hearing from Blaise Ngolia talking about government spending.
So if you calculate the excessive and wasteful spending each year and add it up, like we did, Miami-Dade government wasted over $750 million on growing government needlessly with a complete disregard for the taxpayers who are actually footing the bill. My question to you is this. How often do you drive around Miami-Dade County and you hit a pothole? Or you're on an uneven road? Or you just can see with your own eyes things that absolutely needed to be fixed? All that money is gone wasting government. It didn't go into the infrastructure. It didn't go into the things that you need to help you get to work and to raise a family and to do what you need to do here on a daily basis. It's wasted. How many more roads could have been fixed? We know we have flooding issues here in Miami-Dade County. Just imagine the flooding problems we could have fixed with a lot of that money. And it wasn't fixed. It was spent on needless stuff. So let's put this excessive spending into even more context. Actually, I'm going to regress here because I think this is important also. Mayor Cava has been coming out against property tax reform, okay? And look, she is not like almost every other local politician, right? Elected office and bureaucrats and city managers and administrators. They're all coming out and saying that they can't wait, they can't do this. They can't cut back because, you know, and they run out with the parade of horribles. They're going to say that we're going to have to, get rid of fire. We're going to have to get rid of police. You're going to call 911. Nobody's going to answer. Grandma's going to be at risk, all that other stuff. We're going to have to close parks. We're going to have all the parade of horribles, right? But what they're actually saying, and what I've heard people say, is that you cannot function a government, you cannot run a government just on inflation and population. I'm sure you've heard that. If you see the people say yes. Because it's unrealistic for us. Well, they're saying we're being unrealistic. We know we're being realistic. And you know who also knows that we're being realistic? Do you want to know who also knows that you can run a government on no more than inflation plus population? Mayor Cava. Because, and this is what they probably don't want you to know, We've crunched the numbers, we know, and we're presenting it to you right now. That $807 million, which was wasted over the last 3 years alone, $807 million just over the last 3 years. In the year 2021, in the budget year 2021, Miami-Dade budget under Mayor Cava, thank you, sir. Miami-Dade budget under Mayor Cava was under inflation and population 33.1 million. In the fiscal year 21-22 budget, Mayor Cava's budget and Miami-Dade budget was under inflation and population to the tune of $39.2 million. Over 2 years, Mayor Cava's budget was under inflation and population, which we believe is the metric for fiscal sanity. We believe that's how budgets should be pegged to, inflation and population, no more. So the person who agrees with me is Mayor Cava. Miami-Dade County, they believe it because in those 2 years, Miami-Dade and Mayor Cava's budget was under the metric of inflation and population by the tune of $72.3 million. Now, an interesting things happen when you start looking at all these numbers. As soon as they got all reelected, the spending spiked. It goes up like a rocket ship from them. They didn't have to campaign anymore and being fiscally responsible. They could just take your money and spend it. And that's exactly what they did. Over the last 3 years, Miami-Dade wasted $807 million of your hard-earned tax dollars expanding government, and now they are going out complaining that they cannot cut government because it is going to affect essential services. That is a lie, because when we index for inflation and population, we are adding, again, for increased costs, increased fire, increased police. We are adding for everything that the government should need and giving them a buffer on top of it. So let's put that number of excessive and wasteful spending into a little bit more context. In 2020, Miami-Dade's general fund budget, we only care about the general fund budget here. There's a much larger budget. It has to do with construction projects, turnpike, all that other stuff. We're not concerned with that. We're concerned with the cost of general government. Miami-Dade's general fund, general government budget in 6 years ago was $1.6 billion to serve under 3 million people. $1.6 billion for 3 million people. Since then, in those 6 years, Miami-Dade's budget has grown over $1 billion for only 154,000 people. That goes to show you how large it has grown, and it is way outstripping population growth. That means if you run the numbers, Miami-Dade, well, here's your population number. 154, this is our best estimate of what Miami-Dade's population has grown in the last 6 years. So when you start running the numbers and you start realizing just how much the budget has grown and divide it by what the new population number is, that means that in Miami-Dade County, for every family of 4 moving in, your government has spent just under $28,000 delivering services. That does not make any sense, not in a long shot. The only way this makes sense is if you're a government bureaucrat who is addicted to taxpayer money and will not cut back on their frivolous spending. Look, the things that really frustrate me is that there are a lot of people talking about affordability. A lot of people are talking about the people in Miami-Dade, elected officials talking about affordability. Government in Miami-Dade County itself is unaffordable. Governments are wasting money left and right, crying poor, and then continually want more, more, and more. Your property taxes are not going up because the need for essential services. Your property taxes are going up because there are politicians and bureaucrats who think that you are an endless ATM. And this is why property tax reform is so important here in the great state of Florida. This is why we would have never gotten to this point where people are rising up and saying they've had it with the amount of taxation going on in local government. We have never gotten to this point if people were not looking at their tax bills and saying, what am I getting for all this increased cost? Am I getting additional services? Are my services going up double? My tax bill went up double. They're all having those conversations, but none of this would have happened where a proposed constitutional amendment would have been put on the ballot if it was not for the reckless spending, because people have had enough. And that's why it is important that we take what is on the ballot seriously, because this is the way we are going to stop local governments from overspending and overtaxing you. You know, I listen to a lot of these jurisdictions. I listen to the county commissioners. I listen to the mayors. I listen to all these people. And I want everyone to understand this. Affordability is a big issue, and it will continue to be a big issue, especially during this election cycle. It's not going away during this election cycle. But you have people out there talking about affordability, right? But then they're now coming out actively against the property tax cut. If you have somebody coming out against the property tax cut, what they're actually saying is that we refuse to make things more affordable for you. That's what I want you to hear, because that's what I hear. And you know what? That's what Floridians hear. You have an opportunity to make things affordable here in the state, and you're saying, nope, I want to keep my large bloated budgets. Because here's the deal. You never offered property tax relief until the legislature said, nope, everyone's had enough, we're going to put it on the ballot. If you would have cut back on the taxes, cut out that wasteful and excessive spending, we would have never been here. We're here because of your inability. Now all of a sudden you're going to say no, vote against the property tax reform. You want to tell your constituents, vote against your own affordability so you can keep your large bloated budgets. We don't trust you to cut your budgets. If we did, we wouldn't be here in the first place. I want people not only to think of this as a large tax cut, I want people to think of it as a return to fiscal sanity. When we say that we want an additional $150,000 homestead exemption next year, $250,000 next year, we're saying we want you to cut out the wasteful and excessive spending and return to the basics. Return to a government that does not grow faster than inflation and population. We want Miami-Dade to return to the days when their government didn't grow faster than inflation and population just 4 short years ago. Oh, how would it be nice to return to those days here in Miami-Dade? Except it's not up to them anymore. It's up to you guys. You guys are going to be the final arbiter, because it is not government's money, it is your money. You should be able to dictate how much the government spends. Don't listen to the government apologists. Don't listen to the parade of horribles. Don't listen to them when they say that they're going to have to cut back services. Don't listen to the scare tactics. Now, most people are going to say, who do I believe? Do I believe the large government bureaucrats and career politicians who got us here in the first place? Or do I believe the guy who's going out taking bullets, not real bullets, going out and protecting me, the taxpayer here in the state of Florida? And you know what I say? Believe your property tax bill. You'll find out the answer yourself. So with that, I want to thank you for coming here today. At this time, I want to call up some of our speakers. Next up, Representative Tom Fabricio.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. My name is State Representative Tom Fabricio. I represent District 110 in the Florida House of Representatives. My communities are town of Miami Lakes and the city of Hialeah. I have the northern end of the city of Hialeah. So we were up in Tallahassee last week voting on whether to put up a referendum item in November to allow voters to decide themselves if they want to cut property taxes, if they want to increase the homestead property tax exemption, which is currently $50,000, and increase it up to $150,000 in 27 and $250 in 28 and thereafter. And for me, it was an easy issue. I'll tell you, folks back home in Miami Lakes and in Hialeah, when I'm at church on Sunday, when I go to the supermarket to buy food for my families, I am getting high fives and hugs. Families need this help. Families need affordability. This is the affordability issue, folks. This is what we are doing to allow Floridians to vote themselves in November to cut their property taxes and to make life more affordable themselves. And we expect that 60% of the voters are going to, or more than 60% are going to come out and vote for it and support this initiative. This is critically important. We've seen government grow excessively since COVID, and I really appreciate CFO Goglia for providing this analysis and showing us the numbers and showing us what the right sizing of government should look like. So thank you very much. And the one message I want folks to hear is in November, go out and give yourself a property tax cut. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Before I call up the next and final speaker, there is one point I want to make, and it's very obvious should be obvious and evident to everyone just how much this is needed and how much the constituents have been fed up with rising property taxes here in the state of Florida, how they're fed up with local governments being unaffordable with the level of taxation, and how frustrated they are. If you go on social media and you follow any of the news outlets, whether it is a print paper, whether it is an online publication, or whether it is a news station, and they post the information about the proposed property tax cuts, and more importantly, if any of the print or online start printing up editorials or why this is a bad idea, you have to see the amount of comments, the sheer amount. They have, I'm telling you right now, I don't think any of these news organizations have ever seen anybody engage with their social media pages as much as they are engaging now. There was one, I'm not going to call them out, but there was one publication, left-leaning, yes, they want to keep their large bloated budget in their jurisdiction. They came out and said why, it was an editorial saying why this was a bad idea. There were almost 3,000 comments. 3,000 comments basically saying that, nope, we want the tax cut. The government has grown way too quickly. A lot of them were referencing the work that we were doing here, so the information is penetrating. But people are just fed up. So 90% of all of the comments were for the property tax cut and against the wasteful and excessive spending. Now, there were 10% who were totally in favor. The only thing I can think of is that they actually worked for government. So, Commissioner Rob Gonzalez, you're next.
Blaise Ngolia earlier today. Want to give you an update right now on our reporting just a little bit ago about Trump canceling news strikes on Iran. President Trump has now posted on Truth Social saying, based on the fact that discussions with the Islamic Republic of Iran have been brought to the highest level of Iranian leadership and approved, I have, as President of the United States of America, canceled the scheduled strikes and bombings against Iran this evening. Discussions and final points have been in both concept and great detail approved by all parties involved. The naval blockade will remain in full force and effect until this transaction is finalized. Time and place of the signing to be announced shortly. So promising developments in the war in Iran as it appears, according to President Trump, that a deal has been neared and nearly agreed to.
This is Florida Live.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon. A couple of things that we are monitoring at this hour. In case you're just joining us on TV, I do want to give you a quick update here. President Trump posting just a few minutes ago on Truth Social, announcing that a deal with Iran is close, saying essentially the discussions and final points have been in both concept and great detail approved by all parties involved. Saying that naval blockade will remain in full force in effect until the transaction is finalized. Time and place of the signing to be announced shortly. The president announcing that he has canceled scheduled strikes and bombings against Iran that were originally scheduled for this evening. So we will keep an eye on that situation and continue to monitor that. I want to let you know a couple of other things that we're keeping an eye on at this hour. Give you a live look in the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office in Largo, expecting to hear from Attorney General James Uthmeier, the Pinellas County Sheriff, state representative, and a state attorney as well, talking about teen takeovers and some updates on that. So we will bring this news conference to you live as soon as it begins. Let me also give you a live look right now at the State Department, where Secretary of State Marco Rubio is getting ready to participate in a signing ceremony with the Ultimate Fighting Champions. This is the UFC. We know, as we saw in that live picture of the White House just a few minutes ago, you see the octagon that is set up there ahead of the big fight on the White House lawn scheduled for this weekend. So let's go ahead and listen in for a minute here as this ceremony at the State Department gets underway live right now in Washington, D.C.
We have a great MOU with the NFL, just like this one, and we couldn't be more thrilled to add UFC to our roster. So with that, it is now my honor to introduce UFC's Chief Operating Officer, Lawrence Epstein.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here, and we couldn't be more pleased to be partnering with the United States State Department to figure out ways to build bridges, to be diplomats through our sport. UFC is an incredibly global sport and an incredibly global organization. We're doing 43 events per year, and about 17 or 18 of those are in jurisdictions around the world. If you take a look at our roster of fighters, we have fighters from in excess, and this moves a little bit, but in excess of 75 countries. When you look at our roster of champions, they come from all over the world. And so we're perfectly suited and very excited to be part of this program because we truly are a global sport and a global brand. I can tell you a ton of stories about our travels around the world and how we've connected, exactly as the Undersecretary said, with so many different people from so many different cultures, from so many different geographies, bonded and connected because of the UFC, because of the sport of mixed martial arts. I agree 100% with your comments that it is, we are a global brand and a global sport, but we are American at heart, and our cultural values are American. And that grit, that get up after you've been knocked down, that refusal to ever lose. And the story of our business, too, how we started literally from one person who's standing over there, I'm about to introduce, to where we are today. It's an incredible entrepreneurial story also. So we're incredibly proud of what we've been able to build from sport, from a business standpoint. We are very honored to be part of this program and really look forward to helping the world get closer together. It's my pleasure to introduce our CEO, Dana White. And I could talk I'll tell you a lot of stories about Dana. But one thing I will say is this guy is an incredible diplomat. He might not be a professional diplomat like those in this room, but he is an incredible and accomplished diplomat. I've seen him with heads of state from around the world. I've seen him navigate difficult situations in China, Russia, all over the world this guy has been. And it's his personality, it's his ethos that sort of embodies the entire UFC organization. And so, Dana, the UFC, we're incredibly excited to be part of this program. With that, I want to hand it off to our chief diplomat. He's our CEO, but I consider him our chief diplomat, our Secretary of State, Dana White.
That event's continuing at the State Department right now, but I want to get you to Pinellas County, where we're getting ready to hear from the sheriff at this news conference. Let's go ahead and listen in live this afternoon here on Florida Live.
Okay, anybody not ready? All right, good afternoon. I'm Pinellas County Sheriff Bob Gualtieri, and I'm here this afternoon with State Attorney General James Uthmeier, Colonel Gary Howes from the Florida Highway Patrol, 6th Circuit State Attorney Bruce Bartlett, and State Representative Bertie Jock. And we're here to talk about this, I guess, phenomenon that's been going on around the state and here in Pinellas County with these teen takeover events. What we've seen is people using and exploiting social media to advertise coming into certain areas. A lot of them are in beach communities throughout Florida, as we recently had here in Clearwater Beach, and encouraging these kids to come to a certain area and, in essence, take it over and do bad things and engage in bad conduct. And an example of what happened in Clearwater Beach was the photograph that's to my left that shows a whole bunch of kids, and these kids came to Pinellas County from eastern Hillsborough County and from Polk County primarily, and they saturated the beach. And what happens when these kids come and do these takeover events, it isn't just that they come and they hang out, is that too many of them result in very, very tragic situations, and they engage in unlawful activity. And what happened in this case, these kids came, they took over the beach, and ended up with a 16-year-old shooting a 17-year-old. And as you can see, from the photograph over here on my right, just a whole bunch of kids coming with these advertised takeover events. A takeover event, they don't get to take over stuff. That isn't how it goes. They want to come and they want to be users of the beach, they want to be users of a certain area, that's one thing. But they don't get to come in and take it over and then get in fights with each other. And who thinks it's a good idea for a 16-year-old to have a gun where they don't even have the right mindset, the right coping mechanisms to deal with conflict, to get ticked off at somebody else and they pull out a gun and they shoot somebody. So these events are criminal activity. These events are not good for the community. They're not good for businesses. And the residents of our community, the visitors in our community, they don't want to see these things. And they don't want these people engaged in that type of misconduct. And the number one economic driver in the state of Florida is tourism. And we want people in Michigan and Ohio and Canada and Europe and all over the country to know that Florida is a family-friendly place. It's a great tourist environment. And when all of these end up on social media, these videos, is that it's not an image for Florida that we want. And so what we're saying is that here in Pinellas County and in the state of Florida, it's over. Okay, we're not doing this. They're not doing it. The parents need to be responsible for their kids. That weekend was the first weekend of summer break, and it's the last weekend that nonsense is going to happen here in this county. We have a number of laws that are available to us, and thanks to the great work of the legislature, the governor, over the last couple of years. And we're going to use these laws, and we're going to maximize them. And I have a few of them that are printed out here that have taken effect, especially in the last year or 2 years. And law enforcement setting up no trespass zones. Law enforcement setting up special enforcement zones for vehicles where these kids are driving their cars or blasting their music, they're engaging in traffic violations. And what happens under that enforcement zone section of the Florida traffic laws is that all the traffic fines are doubled, but we can also impound their cars for up to 72 hours. When we set up these no trespass zones, like we did yesterday out in Clearwater Beach, we had word that there was going to be another event out there. There were 60 cops out there on the beach. We set up the no trespass zones. Somebody goes into those zones, it's a third-degree felony. These kids at 14, 15, 16 years old, or the adults who are with them, they're really running a risk of having adverse impact on their life because you get a felony and it's not a good place to be. So we have a number of statutes that are available to us, and we're going to use these and we're going to maximize them to send a message that this conduct is not going to happen here in Pinellas County. It's not going to happen here in the state of Florida. So I will turn it over to the Attorney General for some remarks, and then we'll hear from others. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. It's great to be here in Pinellas County this morning. This image up here is one of unity, working well with our state legislators, like Bernie, who's probably the most pro-law enforcement of anybody serving up in Tallahassee. You've got a great sheriff, great state attorney. We work hand in hand with state law enforcement like the troopers. It's this unity that holds communities together, that keeps them from tearing apart when you have violent incidents like this. It's this unity that protects businesses, keeps families safe, and makes Florida the best place to raise a family. We want people to come down here. We want tourists. We want you to come enjoy our beautiful beaches and restaurants and have a good time. But if you're going to come down here and be violent, if you were going to cause mayhem and destruction, mill around in the middle of the road, obstructing traffic, scaring our business owners, we are going to be the least hospitable state that you've ever seen. Here in Florida, we believe in rule of law. We prosecute to the fullest. Our statewide prosecutors have brought over 50% more charges in the last year than I've been in office. Our conviction rate is up over 30%. We just announced today we've hit 1,700 child predators arrested in the last year. If you're going to engage in this type of behavior, you're going to pay for it. So we will be pursuing strong criminal charges against anybody that's firing weapons, threatening violence, making families and drivers of automobiles, business owners fear for their lives and safety. There will be zero tolerance. I also want to say that it's become pretty evident that, this isn't just coincidental, a bunch of people that happen to be hanging out in the sidewalk. No, this is a coordinated, it's a larger network operation that appears to be funded likely by some out-of-state operatives. We see use of technology, social media to generate these invitations, these dates for people to gather. I don't believe it's just happenstance, people hanging out on the beach and decide to engage in this type of chaos. I have trouble getting 4 guys together for pizza on a Thursday night. I don't think, several hundred teenagers decided we're all going to get together at the same place, same time, and cause destruction. No way. So we'll be pursuing every tool we've got to go after the larger operators who are spending money to create these dangerous situations. People out there think they're going to get away with it and hide behind a screen, hide behind social media. No, we're going to be looking at digital footprints. We'll be bringing RICO charges where necessary. We'll use every cyber tool at our disposal to shut these networks down. And, as you know, it's been, I think, about 5 years now since Florida passed our law against rioting. You do not have a First Amendment right to stand in the middle of the street, obstruct traffic, and threaten violence. You do not. If you do that, people have the ability to run you over. If you do that, you'll be arrested. If you do that, we will bring strong prosecutions. We will keep our streets safe. So to everybody at home, we've engaged right away the minute we saw this problem. My office got a lot of complaints from scared business owners, called the sheriff. He was hearing the same thing, and we said, we're going to nip this in the bud. So we've surged law enforcement resources, both at the local level and at the state level. I promise you, you do not want to get in a fight with a trooper. They are the Marines of our state law enforcement. They will take you down. So we are going to continue to surge. We've already been able to prevent a lot of these gatherings from happening, both in the Clearwater area as well as other locations of the state. So as we go through summer, we're going to be promoting public safety more so than ever, and we will be prosecuting where we need to. And we've got a great team standing up here that will ensure law and order. So God bless you. Thanks, Sheriff, for having us, and I'll turn it back over.
Thank you, Sheriff. I want to begin by thanking General Uthmeier for his leadership on issues that impact the safety and well-being of Floridians and visitors to this beautiful state. Also want to recognize a couple of our great partners here in Sheriff Bob Gualtieri. He's a leader among sheriffs, and thank you, sir, for your leadership here, as always, and also our state attorney, Mr. Bartlett, Bruce Bartlett. Thank you, sir, for your leadership and our great legislature. Other states around this country are envious of Florida and the support that we have from our elected officials. Thank you, sir. What we have been seeing here unfold in Tampa Bay area and across the state and country, it demands our attention. And these gatherings, takeovers, sideshows, whatever we want to call them, they organize rapidly through social media, as the sheriff said. draw hundreds of young people, and they often escalate into property damage and violence. This reckless disregard for the safety of others has escalated into shootings, as we've noted. Local businesses are disrupted, public spaces become damaged, unsafe for residents and visitors. Law enforcement resources required to respond are significant, and they divert and impede those responses to law-abiding innocent others that need them. These lawless events place enormous strain on local resources that are already strained to assist good, hardworking Americans and citizens of Pinellas County. These pop-up events, or again, whatever you want to call them, they're unlawful. Anyone participating in a street takeover is committing a crime. Just participating or observing is a crime. Along with the other events, as the sheriff's noted, it's unlawful behavior. It's especially frustrating for us in Florida because we've consciously created areas that people can enjoy with their families.
This is a news conference continuing live right now at the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office. Meanwhile, Secretary Rubio and Dana White with UFC signing that memorandum of understanding there in the State Department in Washington, D.C. We're going to take a quick break right now here on Florida Live. We'll get you back to this news conference in just a couple of minutes. Welcome back into Florida Live, continuing to listen in right now at this news conference where we're now hearing from state attorneys speaking at this news conference. Strong words from everyone we've heard from so far, talking about the dangers of these events and their word not only to these kids who are participating, but also to parents. So let's go ahead and listen in.
Understand that. I had an individual from the incident 2 weeks ago in Clearwater who sent me a fairly nasty email because his son was arrested at one of these events in Clearwater. It was actually the one where the guy was shot in the back as he ran away. The son was not the shooter. However, he was found in possession of a firearm, and he is still sitting in detention right now and not going anywhere for a while and won't be going anywhere for a while. So parents need to think about that when they watch the kid or son or daughter walk out of the door to go to the takeover. What's the potential consequences here? And they're going to be there if they break the law. Period. End of story. The end.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm State Representative Bernie Jacques. I have the honor of representing House District 59 in the Florida Legislature. I want to start off by thanking Attorney General Uthmeier for coming down to Pinellas to address this very important issue of these quote-unquote teen takeovers. Behavior that is disruptive, violent, and is a threat to public safety and the quality of life that we enjoy here in the state of Florida. And rightfully so, many have approached us demanding that we take action, and they expect us to do just that. Families who are going out to enjoy a nice evening, to take their kid out for an ice cream cone, should not have to worry whether or not they're going to be encircled by a mob of teens. Business owners should not have to worry whether or not their storefront is going to be taken over by a mob of teens. And tourists should not have to second guess whether or not they will come down to enjoy our sandy beaches for fear of getting harmed by a mob of teens. I'll close by saying this. Florida is currently experiencing a 50-year low in crime because of our law and order policies. But one of those things that can often threaten that great record is the issue of juvenile crimes, because sometimes they're given a lot of chances because they're kids. But because they are kids, if they can keep getting away with something over and over and over again, they're going to keep doing it. We saw this situation in the area of juvenile gun crimes where it was getting really out of control. And because of that, we worked on addressing it. I worked with Sheriff Gualtieri and the DeSantis administration to bring about new laws that adds extra enforcement for this type of behavior. And so just like we did with the area of juvenile gun crimes, we'll make sure to work with anyone to hold these actors accountable, to crack down on this action that is so disruptive and that is so violent here in our community, because public order must be maintained. Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions for anyone up here?
Sure. Those events right there, were those ones that were all busted? Were they stopped before they were started?
Yeah, so what we're doing is, again, you see a lot of these out there on social media, and what we're doing, and I think most law enforcement have adopted this model, is when we see these things, we're going to these homes when we can identify who the kids are, who the people are, who the organizers are, or more, as the Attorney General was saying, if there's people at different levels that are organizing these things, we're knocking on the door. And what we're telling them is, this isn't happening. And so these are ones that were out there, they were broadcast on social media, they were published, people had committed to going, and they got canceled because our message is, we're going to do this the easy way or the hard way, and you're not going to like the hard way. And the easy way is, don't come. We don't want you. You're not doing any good. You're not patronizing the businesses. You're not quiet enjoyment of all the amenities and the places they're going. They're going there to wreak havoc and do no good. So we're telling them not come. So yes, that's right. These ones that we have up here were scheduled, and they didn't happen, and that's what we're going to continue to do to try and prevent it from happening to begin with. So
Pinellas County Sheriff Bob Gualtieri speaking again with strong words there as they talk about a crackdown on teen takeovers in that area. We're going to take a quick break right here on Florida Live, but don't go anywhere. We will be right back after this.
It's no longer a white van driving around the neighborhood. That would almost be easier. It'd be easier for us to detect and take down. Today it's happening on screens, on cell phones, on computers, in the privacy of your children's bedrooms.
State Attorney General James Uthmeier speaking earlier today in Marion County, talking about the dangers that lurk online. Speaking at a news conference where announcing the arrest of more than 50 people who were suspected child predators arrested in a sting operation in Marion County. That is the reality, that there are a lot of dangers lurking online. And so not just state officials, but federal officials as well, wanting to get the word out to kids and to parents about how to stay safe online, especially as we head into the summer, where kids may have a little more downtime than they're used to having during the school year. And so joining us live now to talk about this and give us some helpful advice, joined by Jason Carley, who is a special agent in charge with FBI Jacksonville. Jason, we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live today.
Well, sir, thank you very much for having us. We're happy to be here. Big thing for us now, especially going into these summer months with kids being off from school, is to really try to get that public awareness out there for parents and guardians, and also for children to understand that there are those predators out there online looking to exploit them potentially.
Yeah, like we heard in that soundbite. I mean, this is the reality. This is the landscape. Where there were warnings generations ago. Watching out for strangers circling the block. That can still happen, but the new kind of front line in this is online.
Yes, it is, and it can happen in many different ways. There's several different type of predators out there that we look at areas which are called sextortion, which are predators online trying to get children to supply pictures of themselves, and then they use those pictures against them and try to extort them for money. We have predators out there that are a sadistic network out there that try to get kids to do self-harm to themselves and do dangerous things to their families, including doing damage to family pets and things like that, as well as you have the traditional predators that are out there trying to get to have some type of sexual encounter with these children.
And I mean, this is serious, and this is something that I know that a number of agencies, including FBI Jacksonville, are seeing on an increasing basis. Talk to us about the trends that you're seeing.
We continue to see an uptick just this year in terms of sextortion. There's been 600 occurrences here in the state of Florida. We keep getting that reporting. Our big thing that we try to push is, one, having parents try to communicate more with their children, get a better understanding of their online footprint and social media footprint out there. But as well as when you detect something, when your child reports something to you, to contact law enforcement. There's, call 1-800-FBI. There's our IC3.gov reporting, but then there's also all the local law enforcement that you can report this to. The biggest thing we try to advocate for is to have it reported.
I want to walk through, you at FBI Jacksonville have released some helpful bullet points and some advice for children and for parents. So if you could just kind of walk us through, let's start with kids. First of all, what is some of the advice for kids to stay safe online?
Well, so the biggest thing for kids out there is to be cautious, right? When you're getting messages from individuals that they do not know and they're inviting them into private chats, let's say when they're on online gaming and they're streaming and communication, they start getting requests for private chats. Understand that, one, if you don't know who this person is, stay away. Don't engage with these strangers. Also, when it becomes to social media, that social media footprint, understanding when you have everything open to the public, everyone can see it, and they use that to their advantage. It's better to privatize your account, make it more private to the friends on your account, things of that nature.
Well, and one of the things, too, that I think, may be hard for some kids to understand is that not everyone is who they say they are online. You don't always have a way to prove that who you're talking with is another kid your age.
Yeah, that's a real difficult thing. The advancements in artificial intelligence, we've seen image changing, we've seen voices change, we've seen video changes to alter their appearance to appear to be a different gender. It's a very big challenge out there. So again, we want people to be suspicious and cautious when having conversations with someone online that they do not know, and try to find a way to verify their identity, to be honest with you.
You also have a lot of good advice for parents, because, obviously, parents may be kind of trying to walk that tightrope of giving their kids some freedom, giving them some privacy. But at the same time, there are things that parents really in this day and age have to do and have to be aware of to make sure their kids stay safe.
Yep, I would definitely advocate for, first, there's that dialogue, right? That honest conversation with your children. I know every household's going to be different, with different sense of privacy between a parent and child, but then it goes into different privacy settings depending on the age of your child and their online footprint. Is having that dialogue to then understand what their online gaming footprint is. Same thing with social media. And then there's other things as we go through, like obviously with parents are obviously getting up in the morning, going to work. During the night, sometimes these kids will stay up later, and it might be good practice to even turn off your Wi-Fi at night so they cannot use the internet. So those are things that I would throw out to parents and guardians as things that they could utilize as tools. We also, on our FBI.gov page, we have a tab for parents and guardians and caregivers to go and look for recommendations and also the ways to report.
Just what's the message here to everyone out there? What do you want them to know about why this is such an important effort and why it does take so many different people and people in different roles and law enforcement, parents, the entire community? What's your message about why this is so important and the role we all play in keeping kids safe?
Well, because this is they're stealing the innocence of our children, right? Those predators do not care. They are going to use every resource they can to hide their identities and get what they want to get from them to exploit our children. And our children and our society are going to be the most important thing that we need to protect. So that's why we're asking everyone for everything that they can do to help keep our children safe.
Well, important information to get out anytime, but especially as we head into these summer months. Jason Carley, Special Agent in Charge with FBI Jacksonville, thank you so much for your time, and thanks for joining us here on Florida Live today.
Thank you, sir.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Live look at Miami right now. This is Bayfront Park, where final preparations getting underway for the FIFA Fan Fest that's going to be going on there. That starts on Saturday, I believe, in Miami. The first match in Miami coming up in just a few days as well. A lot of excitement for the World Cup, which kicks off in just about 20 minutes or so in Mexico City. So it is certainly a fun next few weeks, all America. Joining me live now, got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard joining us for our Florida Live forecast. And Laurel, we will get all into to that and our World Cup forecast. But it really is just a fun time.
It is a fun time. It's almost like when the Olympics kind of comes around. It's almost like that nationality that comes out with everyone's countries that come together. And there's a little bit of heated rivalry as well, which is very fun. But also, it's just a good time. It brings some excitement, no matter if you are or aren't a fan of soccer or football. I think it is always just a fun time.
Yeah, it is a good time. What's not always a good time is hurricane season.
Yes.
Which we are in right now. We know we've got a long time left, but we have gotten some good news over the past couple of days when it comes to kind of our outlook for the coming weeks and months.
You took my segue. That's exactly what we're talking about, because yesterday, Colorado State University actually put out an updated forecast. So if you remember back in April, they put out their initial 2026 season outlook forecast for how many storms that we're going to be seeing this season. And yesterday, they updated it. So this happens a couple of times during each season. So with that, we see a couple of updates happening every once in a while. So here's what we have versus the average and what the initial report was back in April. They've actually lowered it. So this was yesterday at about 3 p.m. is when we saw this release come out. And this is now calling for 11 named storms, 5 hurricanes, 2 major hurricanes. So taking it down from the initial forecast that they put out in April of 13 named storms, 6 hurricanes, 2 major hurricanes. And they did well last season, so we'll hopefully see things going pretty well as we take a look ahead to this season. But again, even though we're seeing those numbers below average, does not mean we are out of the woods here in Florida. So again, this forecast is going to update a couple of times as we take a look ahead through the season. The initial forecast was released April 3rd. Yesterday it updated, and we're going to be seeing another update coming up towards the beginning of July. Right around July 8th is when we could be expecting that next outlook. But the main reason why everything is being taken down when it comes to a forecast perspective is the El Nino aspect of everything as well. So if you don't know what El Nino is, here's kind of a quick explainer of that. It's when we see warmer water across the equatorial Pacific, that increases the warmer rising air. So with that, it creates very hostile upper level winds here across the Gulf, the Caribbean, and in the Atlantic Basin. So what does that do when it comes into terms for hurricanes? It ultimately, with the higher amount of shear, so that is a wind moving in 2 different levels of the atmosphere at different directions and speeds, that is when we see the possibility of less hurricanes. Because if we have low wind shear, it allows the possibility for a hurricane to form fairly effortlessly. So when we have a lot of that wind and that shear, as a hurricane is trying to form, it gets ripped apart before it even starts. So that's why we're kind of seeing that chance of lower hurricane activity across the Atlantic Basin, whereas on the Pacific side, they're already seeing an immense amount of activity. Now, granted, their hurricane season starts about a month before ours do, but they're already on name number 4. So that is something that's really interesting right there that we're going to be keeping an eye on as we head through the rest of the season. But today, officially, is the National Hurricane Center as well as the NOAA also calling for the official start of an El Nino season. So with this, we really keep an eye on the ocean temperature, especially again right at that equatorial Pacific, and we are seeing extremely warm water. So El Nino was officially declared today. We're definitely going to be keeping an eye on the trends as we head not only through hurricane season but beyond, because El Nino, even though it lowers the activity for hurricanes, it could also amp up our rain chances as we take a look to next winter. Kind of the give and take of when we're talking about El Nino there, Garrett.
Yeah, and I do think that's interesting. That's something I mentioned earlier when I was chatting with Brooks a little bit about this. It's an interesting kind of paradox that, you know, it kind of tamps down the risk of that tropical moisture coming in, but when you're talking about later on, see more moisture.
Yeah, it's all, again, kind of that give and take. It almost lowers hurricanes, so it could and takes all that tropical moisture and puts it in winter. So it's kind of that give and take aspect. We can't have a perfect all year long, even though in Florida it pretty much is. But yeah, something that's kind of the give and take when it comes to when we're talking about big global scale phenomenon like what we see with El Nino.
And with the drought and the just the dry stretches that we have been going through, we need some moisture now, but we are seeing those rain chances kind of return after a few days of a break.
Yes, and we are going to be seeing more of those rain chances. But now that we're still on the topic of the tropics, we are still keeping an eye on this lemon that is in the Gulf. So we have a 10% chance of seeing some sort of tropical activity over the next 7 days, 10% chance of also seeing tropical activity over the next 2 days as well. So ultimately, this is remnants from Tropical Storm Christina. Christina was over on the Pacific side. And so with that, some of that energy from Christina kind of passed over Guatemala and is kind of sitting just south of the Bay of Campeche. So good news, no threat to Florida, but it is going to be bringing some heavy rain, especially into Mexico, into areas across South Texas. So things that we're going to be watching very closely as we head through the next couple of days. But to kind of feed into that a little bit more, here is all that moisture from Christina that made its way over Central America. This is what's going to be making its way over Cancun and areas into the Gulf, which does lead to that small but non-zero chance of seeing just a little bit of tropical activity. But again, with the way the wind is going, this entire air mass is just going to be moved into Mexico and southern Texas. So it really doesn't have a long life to live if we're going to be seeing it at all, if we do see any tropical activity come from this system. Here's the latest spaghetti model. Again, nothing really too much to see. The moisture from this system kind of going to sweep into the Gulf and then sweep over into Mexico. So this thing not going to be alive very long as we take a look at the next couple of days for sure.
And we're here in Central Florida. We got that live look at Lake Fairview right now. A lot of clouds in the sky, but certainly sunnier than it was yesterday.
Yes, but we are still going to be seeing that rain. So again, here's a look at Lake Fairview right now. You can kind of see those clouds off in the distance, but right now they're just clouds. So kind of good news right there. But whoo, is it toasty out there? You're quite literally walking into a wall of water, not only just with the heat, but with the humidity as well. It is just wet out there and it's not even raining. So we're really just going to be kind of feeling this heat a little bit over the next couple of days. But for now, as for storm chances, kind of just seeing these very pop-up showers at the moment. We are going to be seeing more showers as we head through the rest of the afternoon. So rain chances still going to be on the higher side as we take a look at the next couple of days. And in Garrett, you mentioned World Cup, and yesterday England shut out Costa Rica at Interco Stadium right here in our backyard.
Yeah, it got a little bit of a late start because some of those storms and those heavy showers that we saw in that part of Orlando yesterday.
There was a foot of rain in Ivanhoe Villages, I believe. It was crazy amount of downpours just because this one rainstorm just sat over downtown Orlando. So areas across Lake Eola Heights got easily 4 or 5 inches of rain just within about an hour and a half, 2 hours. So it was a very short amount of rain, or very good amount of rain in a short amount of time. There we go. And that flooded the field quite literally, but things got moving pretty quickly.
Yeah. Now let's get a little bit of a World Cup forecast here, because we know there is so much excitement for it, and it's really cool too that here in Florida we're going to be hosting some of those games. 7 matches being held down in South Florida, with the first one coming up in just a couple of days. So what can fans who may be go into those games kind of expect?
I am excited for this one, so I'm glad you asked, Garrett. So Miami, if you are planning on going down to the game, Saudi Arabia versus Uruguay. So it is going to be a fun day for sure. We are still keeping the chance of a couple of scattered showers out there if you are planning on going to the game. But June 15th, not sure exactly what time kickoff is, but June 15th is when the first game in Miami is going to be played. Looking at about 4 p.m., 96 degrees. It is going to be a toasty one out there for sure, but it's going to be fun. You can expect a lot of good times out there. And we even had our little World Cup here at Fox. So as you know, Fox is hosting and airing the World Cup this year, and right now the opening ceremony is happening right now. So in order to bring a little bit of fun into the workplace, we all chose a country, and I teamed up with one of our sales guys and I picked Norway. So If you went to Epcot, you probably know what this treat is, but I made the little school breads, and of course we had to add a little bit of theatrics into everything as well. So a little bit of fun today that we got there.
And I've had multiple people come up to me today criticizing my decision not to let you wear the Elsa costume here on Florida Live.
And
so
Orion, one of your producers, is giving you a thumbs down. I agree.
Yeah, I apologize. I was like, I had to draw the line somewhere, so I said no Elsa costume today. So
That's okay.
Sorry, everybody, but you at least got to see the picture of Laurel as Elsa.
Yes, so we are going to be keeping an eye on that, but keeping an eye also on storms through the rest of the day as well. Fun little day, fun little Thursday that we have here. Not so fun about our Thursday is probably going to be that evening commute, because as we do take a look ahead to the radar real quick and then we'll wrap up. A couple of scattered showers going to be continuing as we head through the rest of the evening. Here's 5 p.m., especially along I-4, very similar to what we saw yesterday. These downpours could be torrential. So some of these downpours that we're going to be seeing pop up and then kind of quickly die down through the rest of the evening and afternoon, slowly going to clear out by about 9-10 o'clock is when we should be in the clear. But also Friday, those rain chances continue to keep going up. So I hope you're prepared, folks, that we are going to be seeing those torrential downpours just like we saw yesterday pretty much through this weekend. So I hope you enjoyed last weekend and the beautiful weather while we had it, because this weekend, unfortunately, not looking so hot.
Very much like the summer showers we're used to, where it may not necessarily be a long time, but when it comes down, it's coming down hard.
Oh yeah, definitely don't want to be driving out there for sure. That is one thing that I am not used to when it comes to Florida driving. Is I can drive in snow, I can drive in wind, I can't drive in torrential rain. That is one thing that Florida has posed a challenge on me for sure.
Well, in your defense, I would say a lot of people here in Florida can't drive in the rain.
That too. Fair enough. Yeah.
You have to make sure you got a good pair of wipers.
Good pair of wipers, good tires.
Yep. That is very true.
Giving you life advice here on Florida Live.
Exactly. That's why people tune in.
Exactly.
That and for Elsa costumes. So
yeah.
Sorry to disappoint everybody. Well, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard, we appreciate you joining us. As we go to break here, I want to give folks again that live look at Bayfront Park. And we were talking about the temperatures. It is going to be hot, not just for the Fan Fest, for the game. The games that are kicking off in Miami as well, and really all across the country. A lot of these venues, these World Cup venues, facing elevated and extreme heat risks that could impact players in the stands. We actually talked with a sports medicine expert earlier today, and you can find that interview right now on Fox Local and on YouTube to hear more about how players can and have kind of prepared for this, especially coming from countries that maybe they haven't dealt with these high temperatures. So it was a really interesting interview and some good advice for us as fans too. Folks here in Florida are going to be spending a lot of time out in this heat over the next few months. But we're going to take a break here on Florida Live. We've got more to come. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon. Opening ceremonies underway in Mexico City right now to kick off the World Cup. Meanwhile, Team USA plays their first game tomorrow in Southern California. They're going to play Paraguay at 9 o'clock. That game you'll be able to watch on Fox 35. Now, we know the U.S. men's national team has been preparing for this. They've been training, still been working hard every day to get ready for it. And we heard earlier today from some of the players on that team, including men's national team defender Alex Freeman, who recently played for Orlando City before transferring to Villarreal. He's also was raised in Florida, so he's one of the players that we heard from just a little bit ago ahead of the USA team's first game tomorrow.
You guys played Germany level pretty much, minus that one mistake. Senegal also a couple mistakes. How do you work on those miscues that at the World Cup will be very punished?
Yeah, I feel like for us it's to watch film, right? I think for us it's to be able to go watch back and see what we can do, what other options we have to do in that moment. Obviously we know in the game it's you're in the moment, so you kind of just make the decision as well. But maybe it's being more relaxed or, being more violent, or being more aggressive. And I think it's those kind of actions, those kind of, days we can watch and see after the game that you don't really see in the game, and just to kind of improve and go over it and try to practice it, in the future practices we have. And for us, we know what our ability is how can we, fix it.
So Pochettino's intensity always been at a certain level, or is it kind of ratchet up as we're getting closer to match time?
I think it's always been there for sure. Of course, I think everyone gets a little more focused and intense as you get closer to the to the first games, but I would say that it's always been there.
Christian, if I may, two questions. First one, what makes this team so special and so unique? And the second, Santi Jimenez, teammate of yours in Milan, is playing today. What message would you give?
This team is, it's like a family. Obviously, so many of us have known each other for such a long time and played together for a long time. A lot of guys at the last World Cup, and we've just been growing together. And it's a really good group that we have. And then, I talked to Santi recently. I just wish him all the best, of course. Nothing else to say.
How are you better prepared, Chris, now than before Pochettino to face a team like Paraguay, who's so physical, who is going to come in and they're going to meter la pierna, it's a very South American style. How much does Mauricio influence the way you guys react to that style?
Yeah, I think we showed it a lot in recent games. I think it's ready to respond to anything that comes to us. That we know we have to be ready to battle. It's not about just playing beautiful football. We have to do the little things and compete.
Christian, Boy White, CNN, Camp Hill, Pennsylvania. If you could go back to 10-year-old Christian in Hershey, PA, what would blow him away most about your life right here, right now? And what's the most Hershey, PA thing about you that remains despite giving all the fame?
I think, just knowing that I'm playing in my second World Cup and just still on the stage, I think, my younger self would be really happy, would be really shocked. It's what I always wanted, so I just feel really grateful. And as far as the most Hershey, PA thing that I do, that's a good question. I had a s'more with a Hershey bar the other day in a little fire pit at the hotel, so maybe that's a good answer.
Christian, probably U.S. soccer team is not the best well-known worldwide. Playing at home on the world stage, what do you want to show the world and the U.S. fans?
Yeah, just that we're a really good team. We're able to compete with anyone, and we want to be a real force in this tournament. I think that's what we want to show to everyone. I think we know, from the inside what we're capable of, and now it's about showing it.
Christian, how much can you feel the excitement around the country as obviously match day has got closer? Like, can you feel it? Messages from friends, family. Can you kind of feel that World Cup fever building?
Yeah, I think we can feel it for sure. When we arrived in Atlanta, then when we arrived, in all the cities we played, Chicago came here. You can feel the love from people outside the hotels, coming to the trainings. It's been special, and of course you get the messages from family and friends who you know, a lot of people that don't watch me ever, and then the World Cup comes around and it's like this big event and you get all these texts and it's just funny, but it's great. That's what we want. We want the game to continue to grow.
Christian, in Chicago, obviously the fan support was massive. A lot of the guys talked about just, the shows here and the chants. Just talk about how much, you're looking forward to getting that on Friday and seeing that support.
Yeah, I mean, Charlotte and Chicago both was such a great turnout, and just seeing all the red, white, and blue and hearing the cheers, it really drove us so much. So, yeah, we're looking forward to seeing what it's like here in LA, and hopefully they can bring that same energy and give us that extra boost.
Christian, Gio Reyna was talking about how him going from 19 to 23 years old, how much he's grown in this time, and how the whole team really is. They're men now, everyone. How have you grown most since the last World Cup to be able to shine this time?
I don't have a specific answer, but in all aspects, I think I've grown up a lot. I think my game has matured in a lot of ways.
A lot of excitement for the first Team USA game and the kickoff to the World Cup. Again, that first game starting in just a few minutes over on Fox 35. We are out of time here on Florida Live, but our live streaming news coverage continues next on our digital platforms if you're watching us that way. Thanks for joining us, and we will see you next time.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us. We've been talking a little bit this week about the governor's race and where things stand with that. We had the announcement yesterday as David Jolly announced his running mate. He is essentially acting as the presumptive Democratic nominee in that governor's race after Jerry Demings announced he is withdrawing from that race because of a prostate cancer diagnosis. He is filling out the rest of his term as mayor, though, and he spoke earlier today on Good Day Orlando to talk about that diagnosis, his decision, and where things go next from here.
Well, I'm happy to have you because, listen, having been through this myself, I know how incredibly difficult it is to have to make that announcement in a public way and to have to deal with, all of the things that come with that in a position that you are in. So talk to me a little bit first about how you found out you had cancer.
Well, first it starts with going to regular doctor's checkups. And so I get a number of tests done each year. And as a result of those tests, it was diagnosed very early. I went to a number of different hospital and doctor different medical examinations, and it was confirmed about a week ago now, a little over a week ago. One of my physicians confirmed that I had prostate cancer, but it was in stage 1, early phases. And as a result of that, I felt that I should share it with other people. And since then, over 300 men have reached out to me and shared with me they have either gone through battling prostate cancer or they're currently going through it. And they share with me the tremendous results. In most cases, all but one one case, the men are thriving, and the one who did not didn't have health insurance, and he chose not to really get any type of treatment, and he's stage 4. But in my case, I'm going to go through the treatment, and the prognosis is good for 100% recovery.
You know what's scary about cancer diagnoses like this is that oftentimes they're silent, right? You don't know unless you go to the doctor. And I'm sure, were you feeling okay? How do you feel right now?
I have not been sick, but for going to the doctor and those particular exams that I talked about, knowing my PSA scores, I would not have known. And in some cases, men who don't go to the doctor on a regular basis, by the time they find out, they are in an advanced stage. And so for me, it's just contained within my prostate, and as a result of that, the survival rate is high and the success rate. I've chosen to have surgery, and I will have surgery next month. So I'm getting after it. I'm not letting this issue define me. We have a great team of physicians and doctors. I'm fortunate I have good health insurance, and so I'm going to fully recover.
I'm so happy to hear that. I want to ask you about suspending your campaign for governor, because I know that had to be an incredibly difficult decision for you. What went into your decision?
Well, it's incredibly difficult to be a mayor, take care of my family, and then run for governor and have to be out on the campaign trail essentially every single day. If you want to win, you got to travel throughout the state of Florida. And I couldn't really be aggressive in terms of getting treatment and stay on the campaign trail and do everything that life required me to do. So I had to make a decision. In some ways, perhaps it wasn't a tough decision, but I chose to live over campaigning. And so I suspended the campaign, and I say that God has something else for me to do right now in my life. I can't help anybody else if I don't take care of myself. And so my priority right now is taking care of me, taking care of my health, and making that the priority.
Mr. Mayor, you have worn a lot of hats in your legacy of service to this community. When you think about your career over that time, I imagine you look back on it and you have some favorite hats you've worn. Is there one job in particular that you've loved more than others?
Well, it's situational. You know, I started out my professional career, I was an accountant. So before I ever went into public service, the accounting job gave me the opportunity to do a fair amount of traveling and to really work within the corporate world. That was just a setup for me to do what I've been doing now for the last 45 years. And I transitioned into public service back in 1981 as an Orlando police officer, and went to being the chief of police, to retiring from the agency after 21 plus years, and coming to Orange County government as deputy county administrator and director of public safety. Then I became the sheriff, the elected sheriff, and then I got elected as mayor. So that's kind of my trajectory. Is any one of them my favorite? It's situational. I have warm memories from each one of those that we have been involved in. I've had the opportunity on many occasions to be in life-saving situations, and there's nothing more than when you know that action that you took saved somebody else's life.
Yeah.
But then today I get to address issues like homelessness, getting people off the streets. And so my joy really is in serving other people. I'm a servant leader. And so I have a myriad of wonderful examples of great experiences that no one really kind of overshadows them all.
Well, I got to tell you, God has now tapped you to be a public servant and save lives for men, because they will go get checked, Mr. Mayor, because of you, because you were willing to talk about this openly, and I applaud you for that. So thank you, sir, and thank you so much for taking the time to be with us this morning.
Absolutely. That's part of what my goal is to get other men to at least go to the doctors and get checked up and know their numbers. So thank you for allowing me to share this advocacy that I now find myself in the center of.
Mayor Jerry Demings on Good Day Orlando. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us. Do want to give you an update on a situation we were monitoring earlier at the Pentagon. There was a shelter in place. Things are back to normal at the Pentagon this afternoon. The Pentagon says they were notified of a potential air quality issue, but there is, after further testing, no issue, no hazard. Normal operations again have resumed. I want to get you live right now to the floor of the U.S. Senate. We're hearing from Senator Alex Padilla, Democrat from California, speaking live right now, talking about immigration enforcement, border operations as well. Let's go ahead and listen in.
First Amendment. And should the American people vote Democrats into the majority next election, Democrats will wield every tool in our power to achieve these reforms. But the most important thing that we can do as Americans, in the meantime, is to never stop speaking up in the face of cruelty and injustice. Again, 1 year ago tomorrow, I was handcuffed for trying to ask a question. Not a day goes by that I don't see somebody here in Washington, in California, or many places in between, that don't come up to me, complete strangers, acknowledging what happened and how it hurt them. I thank them for sharing. I thank them for caring. And I remind them, don't just remember that I was put to the ground and handcuffed. Remember what happened immediately after. I got back up and I spoke out. And I've continued to speak out, not because I'm particularly brave, not because I'm particularly determined, but because the people expect and deserve answers. And they deserve leaders who, like them, will refuse to be intimidated into silence. A lot of the television cameras have moved on from what's happening in communities. The headlines have faded because there's no shortage of challenges that this country is confronting, from the threats of wars abroad, in an unauthorized war the president has dragged us into, economic pain, right? We talked a lot about the cost of groceries, the cost of housing, the cost of health care, the cost of utilities that working families are struggling with. But the need for oversight on the Department of Homeland Security, and ICE and CBP especially, is absolutely there. The need for accountability remains. The need to defend due process and civil liberties and basic human dignity has not faded away. 1 year ago, this administration tried to send a message, again, not just to me, to the country. And for the past year, I'm so proud that the American people have been sending a message right back to the president. And as long as I have the privilege of serving in this chamber, I will continue to do the same. I'll continue standing by the American people and to keep asking questions and demanding answers. We have a lot of work to do. Let's keep going. Thank you, Mr. President.
That was Senator Alex Padilla, Democrat from California, who was speaking there. You heard him referencing his arrest at a news conference last year that the then Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem was holding. That was, he was referencing some of the questions that he was wanting to ask at that about border security and operations, immigration enforcement operations that were going on, and that he was arrested at that event. That's what he was referring to there. Well, closer to home here, I want to get you to a meeting earlier today in Tampa where the Community Redevelopment Authority pushed off a vote on the Memorandum of Understanding between that group and the Tampa Bay Rays. This is another one of the steps that would continue negotiations. Again, this is the City of Tampa CRA, Community Redevelopment Authority, and so they decided they're not ready to move forward with this and delayed a vote. It was initially going to be a delay of about a month. They ended up pushing it off until August. I want you to hear some of that conversation in that meeting earlier today.
Board Member also, on June 4th, you all received a memo from my office requesting to continue item number 9 to June 11th, 2026 CRA meeting. I'm sorry, to July 23rd, 2026. Yeah. I'll second that. Madam Chair.
Board Member.
I'm not opposed to that. However, if you want to go the right way, we should go to after the public votes on whether or not they want to lower the ad valorem tax. No sense in kick this can down the road, because the road's going to end and we're not going to have anything to say. So my opinion is to have it anytime after the vote is taken on whatever date it is in November. If not, we're just fooling ourselves.
Let me address that since it's my motion.
Hold on, I want to get to Board Member Hertzog and Board Member Carlson.
Yeah, but since it's my motion, so let me explain the reason behind it. The reason behind next month is it's not just about the Tallahassee and ad valorem. It is also concerning the negotiations behind the scenes is still not completed. So the Rays organization, the county and the city, and also our CRA attorney, I believe, has been part of this discussion, and there may be opportunity to do this outside of what the existing agreements are and what the existing CRA is. So until we get that information, and you may very well be right, July, but we still have opportunity to continue it at that point too. But we can keep it as a place saver on the July agenda.
So, I mean, I've heard nothing about this. As the CRA board, they should be talking to every single one of us. I mean, I'm sorry, but it's not appropriate that you have that information and the rest of us do not. So let me finish, please. It's not okay. It just simply isn't. I agree with Board Member Miranda in that there's no point in talking about this now because of November. If they want to have this open discussion, they should have come to all of us and not just to you. I'm just saying, whether it be staff, whether it be the Rays. I have not heard from either party. I can't speak to the rest of you. It doesn't sound like you have. So I agree with Councilman Miranda. It's fine to move it to July, but I don't see why. I personally would prefer to wait until November. And if something happens before that, then we can put it on an agenda.
Let me channel my inner Hertech. They didn't come to me, I went to them. Well. And so, I mean, because the phones work both ways. And the agenda item was posted, and I was concerned because of information that, I mean, I pay attention to what's happening as well. I do my research, and I also serve on the Tampa Sports Authority. So I'm involved in a lot of conversations. I picked up the phone and called them. I said, where are we on negotiations? They said they're still ongoing. So what is the point of having this discussion today if they're still negotiating?
Well, because after our meeting, Ken Babby came out the next day and said negotiations on the economics of it are not going forward. So I just have to believe what was put into the press. And he made it very clear that the economics of it are not going to be reviewed. And if he's changed his mind, he hasn't shared it with any of us.
But Board Member Hertog, even just as soon as last night, they held a meeting in the CRA, in the Drew Park CRA. So you can see it's self-evident that this is still ongoing. Again, it's do no harm. We can continue this for 1 month, and you know what? If it's not ripe at that point, we can entertain a motion from you to continue it another month if we have to.
Board Member Carlson.
I agree with my colleagues. I think we should just take this off the agenda because what happens is we, as a CRA board, only meet once a month, and it sets the expectation of the media and the public that we're going to discuss this. And from everything I hear, they're not going to be ready a month from now either. I would rather, when they're ready, that they formally request to the board to get on the agenda, and then we'll add them to the agenda at that time. But I don't think they're going to be ready, especially based on some of the conversations last night. I mean, one of the things they're talking about is creating a home rule TIF. That's going to take potentially months to do. And with that in mind, also similar to what was mentioned a minute ago, the community, there was another poll out yesterday that said the community thinks this should go on the ballot. I think we ought to start the conversation to put it as a non-binding question on the ballot, because I think the deadline is August 10th, and maybe City Council has to do this instead of the CRA board, but if it's going to take probably until November or after to do this anyway. So we've got the issue of the governor's tax reduction that would affect this. We've also got the bucks going parallel, and the timeline on this is going to get extended, and so why not? The other thing is that the mayor's office, I've said this before, the mayor's office legally, I can ask Cliff at the end, but my legal analysis with my attorney says that the mayor's office broke the contracts, the interlocal agreement, the services agreement, and potentially 163 by negotiating on our behalf. We were not involved at all. This is a separate legal entity. I can make a motion at the end, but I think we ought to formally vote to ask the mayor's office to not be involved in this and ask the Rays to negotiate directly with us. That's my comments. Thank you.
Board Member Vieira and then Miranda.
Thank you, Madam. I just want to make sure.
Hold on. Board Member Vieira and then Miranda.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair. So, I mean, I want to be clear on what we're voting on. We're voting on something that's very narrowly tailored, which simply says that we're going to allow ourselves to have more time. By pushing it towards July, that doesn't preclude us to pushing it towards August, September, October, November. Nobody suffers any prejudice of any kind. There's no detriment suffered by anybody on this. So again, I think this is the biggest decision that we are going to make as elected officials. This is huge, no matter how you see it. Whether you think it's a good deal, a bad deal, whether you're philosophically opposed to it, this is the biggest decision we're going to make. And all the maker of this motion says is we need more time. And whether more time is August, whether more time is September, we begin that acknowledgement that we need more time by moving it to August. I think if we take it off the agenda, then we're going to have a big discussion on when to put it back on the agenda. We should just move it to August and then assess, because look, the way things are moving on this, 1 week is the equivalent politically of 1 year. Things are moving very fast, very little time, a lot of substance, including with the prospective tax changes in Florida. By giving ourselves more time and getting that process, we I think continue to be good stewards on this issue. So again, having more time with a date certain is totally reasonable. I strongly support that.
I can only say this. I remember the gentleman from the Rays being here, by the way. He's always treated us, to my knowledge, very well and very respectful of us, and we respectful of him. And I asked him the question, is that your final thing you can do? He said, I can't do any better than what we have today. Right there sitting on this side. So, I mean, I'm not trying to change all the rules, but to do this is like saying, how many times am I going to listen to this? The public, whether we like it or not, or the public likes it or not, or the system likes it or not, the governor and the legislature made some rules and regulations that we're going to have to follow. And in following those rules, all I'm saying is put it until you know what you're dealing with. We don't know what we're dealing with. We don't know if that tax cut is going to be 35 million, 45 million, 100 million, whatever it is. No one told us. Maybe the administration knows, but we don't know, unless somebody else knows. I don't know. And the second year is going to be more than that. So how can we discuss anything until that vote is taken? So what I'm saying, no matter where you move it to, it doesn't mean anything for the value. So I'm saying, let's not waste time. Let's put it after the ballot is taken. You can do it a week after. We can do that with 10 days notice. Now, don't say we can't. So we can do all those things. So what I'm saying, what's the danger? They told us they had a June 1st deadline. Am I correct? Mm-hmm. But they didn't say what year. So, because it passed June the 1st and there was no deadline. So, I mean, I learned this in the housing projects. Say things directly so we understand what you want to do tomorrow. And we haven't done that at all.
Board Member Herzog.
And respectfully, Board Member Vieira, I disagree with you, because if we move it to next month, then people come out then. And then they come out the next month and the next month. And then eventually people stop coming. And that is not what I want. I want citizenry engaged in this process. To me, that's the most important part. I believe that if we can keep continuing it, we are exhausting the public. So I do not agree. I will not vote for this. I will vote to take it off the agenda instead.
Board Member Clendenin and then Carlson.
Respectfully, a couple of different items. One, Councilman Miranda, this body has never heard this issue. This will be the first time this body has heard this issue. Second, the June 1st deadline was concerning meeting the non-binding MOU so that the RAISE organization could get the allocations, which they successfully did from Tallahassee in the special session budget item. So that's moved. On the other thing, I will defer to Councilman Miranda, and maybe he has information that I don't, since he's been on council for a while. Has there ever been a time that a council member has requested to continue an item that this board hasn't given them that respect?
From my memory, I don't remember any at all, forward or backwards or nothing. I'm sure you can continue anything that this board members that I've served in the past have continued without my knowledge or me forgotten. I don't keep in mind what we continue. I keep in mind what we do or we do not do for the public. Changing a vote on this council does not hurt the public one way or the other.
Well, and I think that's my point, is that this is, and Councilman Vera hit on this. This is a do no harm. And again, I think this is a congenial body that respects each other. And just like in new business, when we give new business, we acknowledge folks and we give them that deference. The substance of this discussion is not germane to what we're doing right now. So many of the points that my fellow council members have made today are about the issue itself, which would be ripe for discussion when this actually comes rightfully before the body. This morning, this is just a request to continue this item for 1 month. And I think that's something that we all provide deference to each other on those types of issues.
Board Member Carlson.
Yeah, but the problem, as I mentioned, Councilmember, Board Member Hertek also mentioned, is that this sets the expectation for the media and the public that we're going to be discussing it in July. And from everything I understand, it looks like it's going to be delayed beyond that. And so why set the expectation and have us all have to prepare for it, and then have the public show up and fans show up and have lots of public comment about when we're probably not going to discuss it. The other thing I want to say is similar to what Miranda said, is that I've had a lot of conversations with Ken Babby, the CEO, and also some with Patrick Zalupski, and all of those conversations have been fantastic. They've been friendly, cordial, despite what some of the fans try to circulate. Those conversations have been fantastic. For some reason, there's dirty politics happening out around this, and some of the people involved in it are connected to the current administration. They're also connected to the former administration and a mayoral candidate. And this is a straightforward negotiation contract between the CRA and the RAISE, the county and the RAISE, and the city and the RAISE. So there are 4 parties. In any kind of negotiation, there should be a back and forth. But I would ask that everybody stop the dirty politics, stop stirring up all kinds of trouble. All we want to do is have a legitimate conversation. Every conversation I've had with Mr. Babby and Mr. Zalupski they've been very cordial and professional, and I think they are.
Still more questions that surround what happens next as debate continues. Again, they pushed that vote off. The CRA did to later this summer. Well, we are out of time here on Fox 35 News Plus. We appreciate you joining us today. Stay tuned next for Fox 35 Weather Plus right here on Fox Local.